Okay, let me tell the places that we're live just a couple minutes early, to be honest. Let's see. Where's my tweet? Need a tweet there. There we go. For everybody that's coming in early, or maybe you're a VOD watcher starting out the stream, hello, welcome on in. I hope you're all having a good night, good, safe night if you celebrate the 4th of July, especially out in the States. But if you do not celebrate the 4th of July, I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday, Sunday. Maybe it's where you are, especially if you're in Europe. Yo, what's up, pretzels? Hello, Ryan. What's good? What's good? What's good? We are commentating tonight the Osaka Championships, continuing on the OP16 format. I've got a little timer over here that is counting right now until the live stream is set to start. So especially if you're like a VOD watcher or anything that is, you know, maybe not live right now, maybe you're watching this back or something of the sort, you can go ahead, skip through in the VOD if you just want to go straight to the games. And as usual, I will do the individual videos on the channel as well. Luis, what's good? Who are you guessing is the first matchup? I have a suspicion today that Yamato is going to make top cut. I have no information, insider information, no basis on that. I think Yamato is going to make the top cut, and I think it's going to be the first feature match that we have on the championship today. And the reason of that is because Yamato is one of the most popular decks in Japan. It's like, I think in the last like 2 or 3 championships, it's been like the 3rd most popular deck, which is crazy. And it has not, I don't think it's had a top cut yet at this point. So I think they would, unless it was like a horrible matchup, like an auto loss or something like that, I feel like they would want to show it. But that's my personal opinion. That's my opinion, chat. But I hope everybody's having a good night. You may also, whether you're watching the VOD or live, as of right now, you may hear the occasional boom. I tried my best to drown out the fireworks that are right outside of my window that are happening right now. But no matter what I do, it's like if I turn it on too high, I'll cut in and out. You guys won't really hear me. But if I make it too low, obviously you guys will hear it. So you might hear some fireworks today. Do not worry, but they're right outside my house, so nothing too much I can do about it. Maxim, a favorite anime villain. What's good? What's good? Hope it's Yamato versus Buggy. That would be crazy if they both made top cut. What I'm really curious about is the championships as of late have been top 8. Go trophy 1,000. Whoa, that's pretty crazy. Thank you so much for that. Sent goat trophy for 1,000 jewels. What does that mean? 1,000 jewels. Oh, is that like a donation? Whoa, wait a minute. Thank you so much for the 1,000 jewels. I don't exactly know what that means on YouTube, but thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up, Moon? What's good in the neighborhood? But they've been doing top 8 as of late. And so I would be shocked if both Yamato and Buggy made top 8, assuming that this is also top 8. Could be a top 16, could be a top 32, I don't know. Is that Monkey D. Luffy? I do have my Dodgers hat, chat, because I did go to the Dodgers game. I do have the Dodger Dawn. Shout out to my girlfriend also going with me. Testing out the new starter decks in Unlimited. It's impressive. Yellow Kid becomes broken when Borsalino hits the board. Borsalino needs to go. Gotta go. I mean, Borsalino is just that good of a card. I mean, I think it's just a generically good yellow card that most all yellow decks should just play. 17 reveals and I chill. I also kind of think, if you saw my tweet, I have a sneaking suspicion that they'll reveal the final OP17 leader today. Oh yeah, I do have my Dodgers Dawn in the Vampire sleeve. Shout out Vampire. He sent these to me as a gift. No, I'm not giving you the Dawn Moon bot. Unless you want to give me $2,000. Chad, I'll give any of you one of these Dawn if anybody sends me $2,000. Friends and family on PayPal. Did you get a playset? No, I did not try to buy any Dawn at the Dodgers game. That's just not me. I know some people do. That's just not my thing. I don't want to. I cannot be bothered. Yo, Dorcas, thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. 1,000 jewels again. Where are you guys getting these jewels? What are these jewels? But I appreciate your support. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. See the unofficial green Mihawk structure deck list that has Zoro in it for some reason. I know, right? It's kind of like, it's kind of criminal how it is so fitted towards Dracula Mihawk. How do we do on the Zulus double pack pulls? I did. Let me show you what I got in the double pack pulls. I got the absolute chase card, Nathan. The greatest card ever printed in One Piece. This was my bright and shining W out of the Dawn packs, which I cannot complain. Shout out Zulu also for this lovely shirt that I'm wearing today. It's actually quite a comfy shirt. Oh yeah. But in all seriousness, I did get 2 unique Dawn out of there. Whoa! Yo, Ziggy, thanks for becoming a member on the channel. Yo, Chad, thank you so much for the support today. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, I appreciate everybody that's dropping in, stopping by. YouTube gave me 100 credits for free. Really? YouTube's just giving out free money? 50 bucks right there. Wait, is 1,000? What are the 1,000 jewels? YouTube jewels. It's a virtual currency. Send animated GIFs. Convert directly to cash at a rate of 1 cent per ruby. $1 is 1,000 rubies. But what are jewels? Is that just a ruby? I'm so confused. Anyways, I don't care how much money it is, chat. Thank you so much for helping me trying to keep my lights on, keep the food on the table. That's very kind of y'all. I appreciate it. Be really expensive if you got a playset of it. I mean, there was a lot of people that asked to buy my Luffy, but nobody wanted to take me up on $2,000. I kept telling people, I was like, okay, if you want my Dodger Dawn, you want my Luffy Dodger Dawn, I'll give it to you for $2,000. Nobody took my offer. It's a shame. They didn't want it bad enough. They did not want it bad enough. But I was also like, dude, you're asking the wrong person. Like, you know, I'm in this baseball gear. I'm having so much fun at Dodger Stadium because for anyone who does not know, I used to work in baseball. That's what I did before content. W price negotiations. I mean, I would have seriously done it if somebody took the 2K. And then I just would have bought it on eBay like right after. But since nobody took me up on that offer, it's mine. I'll grade it. I'll put it on my wall next to my leader, Dodger Luffy. And it'll look pretty good. But anyways, chat, we have about less than an hour until the championship starts. I got a little timer over here. That's about when the stream is set to start. So just in case anybody is wondering, but I hope everybody's having a good night. I have a sneaking suspicion that Blue-Green Luffy is going to win today. I think Blue-Green Luffy is kind of on this like upward trend in the last couple weeks. And who said that it was a top 3 deck, by the way, when they made their tier list? Because some people called him crazy. But I think Blue Green Luffy wins today. Super Pants, what's good? What position did you work as? I was basically statistics and social media. Media relations is the best way to say it. Like, I would write press releases, I would do the statistics at baseball games, things of that nature. That was my thing. Yo, you got a Dodger Luffy signed by Ohtani? That's crazy. That's like a legendary pull. Like, I know the Dodger Luffy is like $5,000 right now as a PSA 10, but if you can get it signed by Ohtani, I bet that's a gazillion dollars. Yo, Zebulon, what's good? Good Luffy's beat the Nami matchup. I mean, it's hard to argue against that because Hervoye in the regionals, I think he's like, what, he's like 8-1 in the last couple regionals as Blue Green Luffy against Nami. Like, I don't fully understand. I haven't watched the matchup enough or like practiced the matchup enough to like get a full understanding of why, outside of like just being that aggressive and like getting stuff like 9-cost bow unblockable on field, so the new gates don't really matter. But yeah, I feel like, I mean, a good Goofy player is incredible to watch, for sure. When I was at the Mariners game, somebody asked me for it, and I said 1K firm. Wait, Mariners game? Like for the Dodger Luffy or like for the was it a t-shirt at the Mariners game? I think it was a t-shirt. 1K for a t-shirt is crazy though. Nami believer. Hey, I mean, Nami's not a bad guess. Nami is probably one. I mean, I would say it's, well, I guess Purple Enel is the most successful deck in the Japanese meta right now because it has won back-to-back Japan championships. But Nami's in there. I swam in college. Oh, it was a jersey. That's right. The Mariners was a jersey. I almost went to that game. It was just a little bit too busy for me at the time when that game happened. But I remember I really thought about doing like a day trip to Seattle. Or I guess like it was more of get there during the day, go to the game, and then come back the very next morning. Oh yeah, like I don't agree with people who are pre-selling PSA 10s of the Luffy Don, but I can understand why they would start doing that. I don't agree with it, but I can understand why they would start doing that because the Dodger Luffy, the first one, the leader, had like a 93% PSA 10 rate. So it's hard not to think that if you take care of it and you don't bend it or rip it up or jostle it around, right? You're like me and maybe you put it in like a top loader and sleeve immediately before you do anything else to keep it nice and pristine. It's hard to believe that you're not going to get a 10, to be honest. Yo, Luis, thanks for being a member. Appreciate it. Husker football practice squad. Yo, that's sick. That's so cool. But yeah, my days of college athletics are long behind me. I have not been in it. I don't know if you guys know this, Chad, but I'm not young. Just kidding. I'm not old either. Please don't tell me I'm old. Yo, Merc, what's good? Did you get the round collab cards? No, I didn't. And I'm pretty mad about it. I'm pretty upset. I did not get the round 1 cards. I'm probably going to end up buying a set in Japanese, to be honest. Yo, hope the League of Legends game is good. I am an uncle though. I am an uncle to a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful twin set of niece and nephew. And I am a proud unk. I'm a proud unk. They call me and they quiz me on what Pokemon is what. And that's how I know I'm the cool uncle. Yo, Carlos, well, actually, no, I don't know if you are older than me. I feel like most of my friends are older than me. Yo, Ryan Garcia, what's up? Yeah, twins. I mean, they're wonderful. They're COVID babies. And my niece loves showing me K-pop Demon Hunters, but specifically the songs. I have not seen the movie K-pop Demon Hunters, but I have been skipped to every single song and watched it multiple times. Because my niece will just skip to the song. She knows exactly where they are. She'll skip right to them. And then she's like, we gotta listen to the songs. And I'm like, I like how you think. So in theory, I saw what you're talking about, Daddy Dorcas. It does specifically say Wave 1 on the like listings and stuff for the round 1 promos. I don't know if exactly when round 2 is going to happen. I don't know if there's any official confirmation yet. I haven't seen Andy or OP16 merch talk about it yet, or One Piece merch. I haven't seen them talk about it. I consider them like credible sources. Ooh, camera. You good? You good, camera? I saw you stutter there for a second. But I hope that it's sometime that I am available to check it and get some. You got 2 email confirmations from round 1? I actually think I heard a couple people got like multiple email confirmations. And then like one of them got canceled or something like that. Yo, Luis, no worries. The VOD will be here. I am not going to say my birth year. Because chat, here's the thing about me. Here's the thing about me. As a content creator, there are a few things that I recommend that you never let people know. One is your address. Another one is your social security number, if you're American. Whatever it is in other countries, you know, equivalent to that. And the third thing, or actually I have 4 things. The third thing is your phone number. The fourth thing is your birthday. Because all those things are used in various public space, or not public spaces, private spaces for different things. And so I'm not going to say what year I am. And I'm not going to let you guys know what my birthday is. Because I think that would be a bad idea. Mitsanu, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yo, Patreon, what's going on? How are you? Thank you. Thank you. I love my hat. Although, Chad, I have a complaint about the Dodger Stadium hats. So this is the second year in a row that I've gotten one of these nice hats at the Dodger game, because I've been both times. Yeah, the tourney starts when the stream is set to start when this timer counts down. Dusky. But I hope you're having a good day. This doesn't fit on big people, on big heads. My head is big. I got a fat head. It does not fit here. It does not fit. Dusky, thank you also for following on Twitch. Appreciate it. So that's my one complaint about these hats, is they don't fit my freaking head. I got too much knowledge in here. Yo, Weavin'. Hey, I appreciate you coming in while we're live. I appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the day, life, content as well. I hope you've been enjoying the content. I need you guys to enjoy the content. Is it made for kids in mind? Well, I have a larger than average head, so I think it's meant for adults. It's just my head is big. I think that's the problem. It's a personal thing. It's a personal problem. Alexa thinks you're Optimus Prime. I do not have an Alexa. Tell me your address. No. No, Super Pants. Xfinity, what's good? Combat Port, hello. Hope we get generic ramp. Also, from Paris to Tokyo. What a great name. Thank you so much for following. Get generic ramp in Kaido. I feel like Kaido in OP17, and I have no basis on this. I feel like Kaido will... it's kind of hard to tell, right? Because Kaido also has the queen and the king from EB04. I mean, they could get something like an Onigashima. They could get something along those lines. I think they'll reveal the final leader of OP17. I think they will, but that's just a guess. Typically, what they might spend a little bit more time talking about the starter decks that are coming out. Hey, I'm glad you like it. I try very hard to make my content like both beginner and veteran friendly. And I think the commentaries do an excellent job of that. Do you guys like the music in the background, the sim music? I've been really digging the sim music for like when we're just casually hanging out and stuff, or just doing anything on stream. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. But chat, for anybody who's coming in, we are going to be commentating the Osaka Japan Championships that's going to be happening. The stream for the Osaka Championships, the official championship, is set to be in about 41 minutes. This timer right under me is when the stream is set to start. And also, if you want to go check out the official live stream, right? Maybe you don't want to hear my commentary, but you want to watch the official stream. We will, or you can check it out either on YouTube in the link in the description below, or if you're on Twitch, it is the pinned message, I believe, in the chat right now. So also, if you're on YouTube and you're going to the link to the description below, make sure to go like the stream. Chat, if you like the stream, give it a thumbs up, because then it helps more people find the stream. Grows our community a little bit. Also kind of helps pay my bills. And you guys have been really good at paying my bills. And I appreciate it. Fingers crossed for OP17 leader reveals. I agree, Davu. I'm just like, because we have almost all of them. We have one more left to get. We have the 5. Well, actually, we don't necessarily have the 5. We have the leader effects of 2 of them. And then there's 3 that we just know exist. So I wonder maybe if instead of revealing the final leader, they'll instead give us the leader effects of the Green Shanks, Kaido, and what is it, Yellow Linlin, I think it is. Oh, you play Black Crocodile? Sometimes it is that it's just what it is, Swars. Hopefully, you know, you take a little learning from it of the regional. But I've had plenty of regionals where I play bad. You know. Just gotta shake it off. Roll on to the next one. Garp or Young Dragon. Get more Blue Navy stuff. Why do we need more Blue Navy stuff, though? We're getting a whole starter deck. Chill on the Blue Navy. Ho. Frankie reveal incoming. Yeah, I agree, Moth. When is the like never before seen Straw Hat? Right? Isn't Frankie supposed to be getting a leader soon? I thought that was supposed to be in the anniversary set. Blue Dory, Broggy, Giant Pirates deck. I think it would be really cool to get like a Giants Pirates deck. I just don't know how it would work. I wonder if it would be something along the lines of like OP16 Little Wars Jr., where like you can play them for like a little amount of Dawn, but then there's extra conditions that unlock later in the game, like minus power until X point, or you gotta pitch a card in your hand to be able to plus X amount of power, right? Because I would assume that the Giants are going to be like giant bodies, right? Did you release a market watch video recently? I did at the, like right before OP16 came out. I usually only do market watch videos before the beginning of every set because I'm not a market watch channel. I'm more so a like recommendation channel. And I think it's a little hard for me to do a market watch on like, oh, pick up purple Animal Kingdom cards because we don't know how good the Kaido is going to be. Like if Kaido has a crap leader effect, I'm not going to recommend that you buy Kaido cards, you know. Yo, what's up, Lancelot? How are you? Exodia for the Frankie leader. Hey, Lorcana just said, does anybody follow Lorcana here? Lorcana just announced that they're doing Exodia in the game. It's like Mr. Potato Head, I think it is. He's got like an Exodia combo to just win the game if you have all the cards. I think they have to be in play though, which I think is a lot harder in Lorcana than it is in something like Yu-Gi-Oh, where you just have to have it in hand. We're getting Cuddy Flam leader. I think they might talk about the final leader tonight, Jameson, but it could be that they instead give us the leader effects for the leaders that we already know. Right, like the Kaido, Shanks, Linlin. Also, Game Night, how are you? I don't know if I said hi to you. Combat Port, what's up? Frankie Manga EBO5. We do not know the... Wait, no. No, EBO5 is already set to be Heroines, Volume 2, right? So it'd be Robin Manga. Robin Manga chat. You heard it here first. EBO5 Robin Manga. EBO5 Robin Manga. Cribs, what's up? Chad, who's ready to watch the Heroines anime? That airs on July 5th, which is either tomorrow or today, or well, it's not today yet for me at least. I got 5 minutes until midnight. Got 5 until midnight. Robin, I want a Robin manga really bad, but here's the thing about it, chat. If there's a Robin manga, I'm not going to be able to get it. It's going to be $1 gazillion. I'm not going to be able to get it because I don't have $1 gazillion to spend. Unfortunately, I know you guys think I'm rich, but I am not. I do not have a lot of money. Second manga, Bonnie, take it or leave it. Leakers say Shirahoshi manga. But yo, Blind Division, what's up? Or Blind Vision. Corona episode. I own both of the Heroines novels. I have not read either of them yet. But I'm excited because the art style looks absolutely gorgeous in the anime. And I'm so ready to watch it. Blue Kuma makes 0 sense. There are some Rev Army blue cards. There's an Ivankov. There a Bella Betty. I think there's a... Some of the Dress Rosa stuff can be Rev Army. Like Koala, Sabo, Robin or Vivi manga. Zell, what's good? Grass, I think I already said hi to you, Grass. You know what? Good evening again, Grass Dog. DeAndre, what's up? Hoping for Shamrock. It's, I mean, they kind of like, were the 5 elders revealed, chat, in OP13 before they were animated? Was it just the manga that they were revealed? Does anybody remember? I mean, it's gotta be one of the women in One Piece, right? That's the EBO5 manga because it's Heroines Edition Volume 2. So it could be like Vivi, it could be Nami, it could be Robin. What was the manga in EBO3? What was the manga in EBO3, chat? I'm blanking. It was Uta. It was Uta. That's what it was. Oh, wait. Is it fake, Jameson? I took it as real. I mean, I don't play Lorcana. But I talked to some Lorcana players today. Because over at Phantasma, we had a set championship. And they didn't say it was fake. So I would assume that it's real? I don't know. I mean, Kafto, it's got to be at least a Robin SP in EBO5. But I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're. When's actually the EBO5 release date in Japan? Set to release in October. OP17's like August, right? Yeah. So they probably don't reveal any more about EBO5 for a while. If I had to take a guess. Kobe EBO5 manga. Kobe getting a second manga before Robin would be actual highway robbery. Robbery to my heart. Nami's definitely getting an SP. 100%. OP18 November? Wait, is it November? Is OP18 releasing in November? That feels too soon. Because OP17 releases like the last couple days of August. And so that would only be like 2 months. 2.5 months? It wouldn't be in December? Maybe like the 1st or 2nd week of December? Something before like the 3rd week in the week of Christmas. Do we have an official date yet, by the way, for 18? I don't even know. I've been traveling so much lately, chat. I'm out of the loop. What I do, though, I do have buttons for the stream today. So cards, it's not on this screen. It'll be on this one. So cards can appear on screen during the championship matches. And I do have the OP16 decks up and at 'em. I even have the Boa deck that did super well in the last Japan championship. So I'm excited to push buttons again. It's always very fun. November 20th. Dang, Slothopus. That feels early. Wedding Nami SP and 7 cost Yellow Robin manga. I don't. Hot take, maybe. If they did a Nami SP, I would not want it to be a wedding Nami. Because we already have a wedding Nami. Alternate art. I think it would kind of be like a cop-out to do another wedding Nami. I think you could only do it. I mean, and plus it would have to be that exact card. And I don't know. Well, I don't know. A wedding Nami would be a gazillion dollars though, but I wouldn't have to worry about it because I wouldn't pull it. Because somebody in the room in the stream right now opened up 4 EBO3 boxes, got alternate art leaders in all 4 of them, and never hit an SP. I'm not going to name any names, but somebody here did not pull an SP in EBO3. What's good, Jack? If a ban list happened, what would you like to see? Probably Gamma Knife. I don't really think we need a ban list, though, personally. I think the meta... I think what we would have wanted in a ban has been somewhat calmed a little bit by being in a jungle format where a lot of decks can be successful. There are still very good decks like Enel, like Nami, right? But I think and I've talked about this in a couple videos, I think the difference between like Enel, Nami, and the rest of the decks went from like here to like here in terms of the power scale. So I think we would need to wait a little bit longer before like a ban, but I think Gamma Knife should be a card, but I also think Nami would need to need to get hit. But I don't know what that would be, because I don't personally feel like, you know, we need a ban list right now. Double Borsa is really gross though, but double Borsa means that Nami does not have leader effect. And don't say girl, because everybody's dropping girl. Everybody's dropping the girl promo. So girl is not an acceptable answer anymore. But double Borsa is pretty good. Croc SP in my EBO5 set. Whole cake Nami? Ooh. Yeah. You like whole cake Nami? Whole cake island stuff in general, by the way. I want the set to be in the heroine's art style. If EBO5 can be in the art style of the anime heroines, I would pay a lot of money for that because I love the art style. Yeah, most people don't play girl anymore, so double Borsa means that there's no leader effect by Nami to be a 7K. Borsa Galdino is also really bad. I agree, Sean. I think Nami is just like such a generically good leader. And I feel like I've said this since day one, right? When I was talking to you guys about her in like OP12, playing the like vanilla deck where the deck just like spit out vanillas. If you guys remember the lore, I was winning tournaments with blue yellow Nami before EBO3. Fun fact for you. I think the problem is, DeAndre, is like the more complex you get with, and this is just card games in general, it's very hard to communicate, I think, to all levels of what it is. If you go anything more than just like straight up banning a card. And I think that's why Bandai is very, I think like pair banning is the limit that they do. Because then when you start getting to counts, I mean, they did it at one point. They did it with Radical Beam. You can only run one in the deck. But especially for a lot of newer players, like that is not easily communicated. And so all it takes is like for a newer player, let's just hypothetically say that Borsalino got restricted to one, chat. Just bear with me for a second. Let's say that Borsalino got restricted to one in non-egghead decks. All it takes is for one person that's been building up the courage to play at a local and has spent time like building a Nami deck, but maybe did not know about that restriction, to walk in with 4 Borsalinos in their deck, because Borsalino's a pretty good card. And then they get called out, you know, ostracized, disqualified, and then they never play One Piece again. So I think, I mean, it's just really hard. But you could argue the same thing for like bans, right? I think balancing, I do not envy any team that balances card games, because I feel like it's very difficult. Because it's not just get rid of this or get rid of that. Like you have to think a lot about like the logistics of actually doing it. And like how it affects all the different levels of the game. Because obviously, right, like you guys are going to find out about it right away because I'm going to make a video on it, you know. But I only have a channel of 26,000 people, which is big, by the way, which is a lot. And I'm super grateful for it. But it's only 26,000 people. And that's not to say that 26,000 people are going to see the video. So it's, I don't know. I think it's really complex to do anything more than a pair ban or a restriction. But I mean, they've done it before. They could do it again. Well, locals, I mean, I know this is not everywhere, and I know that this is just Las Vegas, but we have a local card shop that runs case tournaments on Fridays. Let me tell you about not chill locals. Because, man, people are sweaty for that. Man, people are sweaty. And when the winner cards are a Luffy that's like over $100, a Nami that's probably a good chunk of change, a Chopper that's a good chunk of change, locals move away from being chill, you know. But I agree. I love chill locals. That's why I like the Pirates Party so much. I think the Pirates Party is a lot of fun. Yes, I think the Thriller Bark engine should have been leader locked. As soon as I saw that Boa the other week get second place with 4 Geckos in their deck, but not running any other Thriller Barks, I was like, I think Gecko needs to like go. Or get like the Thriller Bark. You know what? I do have a yellow card. I think 8-cost Gecko should be either restricted to Thriller Bark leaders or just out. That's my hot take. Yeah, like, and the same goes for me. Like, I joined the game when the red ban happened in like, what was it, OP04, and I did not understand it very well. And I wasn't playing a red deck at the time, but I didn't realize until like a couple weeks that there was actually something in the works. Because I think I tried to build something, and then a friend told me, "Oh no, you can't. You can only have one rad beam." I was like, "Why?" Rad Beam's great. Your locals banned a whole list of players for misconducts during a flagship? That's crazy. They should unban pudding. I think I said it in the video that I made when they did ban pudding. I don't know if pudding should come back. I understand what pudding could do for the game against some decks like Lucy or Nami, or, you know, just any deck that builds like an absurd hand size. But I think pudding fundamentally is kind of an issue in One Piece because you don't draw very much in One Piece. Like, your opportunity to not just get sacked by a random pudding is too low in the game, because it's not like Pokemon where you can play around that by like thinning your deck, because One Piece does not really have thinning stuff like that. Yo, what's up, Squash? What's good? I don't know, Sages. I mean, I think the game is better without pudding, but also I miss pudding sometimes. But I understand the inherent flaws with pudding. They banned Whitebeard for 2 days and immediately unbanned him after a tournament. Disagree, Jack. I like rotation. There are cards, and I've felt this way about the various games that I've played over the last like 10 years, because I've been playing card games for like double-digit years now, chat. Couple different games. It's really nice when rotation takes away a card that has been meta relevant for way too long. I also wish that I could play with my favorite block 1 leaders, but I think it's also going to be a lot easier to balance power creep when rotation really goes into effect after a while. It'll take some growing, but it's better for the overall health of the game, in my opinion, if they do it right. That's going to be the big question. Hall of Shame page. Yes. Well, I mean, I do think blue only having pudding was problematic, but I think One Piece inherently as a game doesn't need pudding to exist in that specific form. There are other forms of pudding that could exist. Like if it was maybe put cards back in your deck until you have 5 or something. Like from your hand, that could be in. I think that would be a nerfed version of pudding. But I think the core of the game of One Piece not necessarily having draw is the reason why pudding should be reworked if reintroduced into the game. Well, as a judge, the OP16 Black Luffy interaction with the 10 cost Marshall D Teach from OP09 is something that I did not realize. Well, that's why I say, Grass Dog, that it takes time. It's not something like rotation does not fix a card game right away. In terms of like right now when you first introduce it, it's like when you get a couple years down the line. When you get a couple years down the line, because like now they're starting to build cards and focus while not having to think about random OP01 leaders that get bonkers. Like OP03 Nami was the prime example of that, right? Where like they literally nerfed blue inherently as a color because Nami existed, right? And so now, like, you know, think about with purple and Nell, right? Right now they have to think about every single 6 cost or less that they print in the eyes of Enel, because Enel freaking played Senior Pink. Like, how could anybody have thought of that? I mean, obviously somebody did, but like, anybody who says, outside of the person that figured it out, anybody who says that they tested Senior Pink prior to the release in Purple and L, I think is a liar. So now they have to think more about that. Wouldn't it be nice eventually if like an L went away naturally based on rotation, so then you could start building cards that are better in that category that can help like all the other decks? And again, it's like it's a growing pain. It's going to take time, but like overall for the health of the game, I think it's good. Yeah, like pour one out for Radical Beam. Block 1 cards, there were some really cool Block 1 cards that I hope they reintroduce, and that's why they also did the Grandfather program, right? That's why like cards like Bad Manners Kick Course, Kaya is still in format, Nojiko is still in format. Why am I only thinking of blue cards? Starter deck Jewelry Bonnie Searcher, right? Like they can keep cards in that they feel like fit in the system for the next block, and they can keep them in for however long they want. But again, like rotation is not something that is great right away, because I would imagine that they did not necessarily plan for it when they were making like OP13, OP12. When was rotation announced? Was it announced after OP13? Right, with like the anniversary like news stream? I can't remember exactly. But I hope my point like makes sense a little bit to you guys. Purple Magellan. I mean, Purple Magellan was so funny. It was funny. I know some people that like, because what was Purple Magellan? People were thinking about playing Purple Magellan and like Purple Enel. And I think in Japan, because they got OP15 before rotation, some people were thinking about like playing it in there. Or wait, no. Hold on, my timeline's wrong. Was it OP14 that people were thinking about it? There was a time in Japan, like right before rotation, that Japan got a set and they were thinking about playing Magellan in some decks. And I know some people in English that like bought Magellans forgetting that rotation was about to happen. Yo, attacking season, what's good? How are you? Chad, the championship should be starting soon. Got about like 12 minutes, a little less than that. It's a good time now to go to the bathroom. Grab a snack, grab a drink if you haven't already. You gonna be at Bandai Card Fest? Currently right now, Tacken, what I will say, I am not going to be at Bandai Card Fest, Dallas, because I did not get a Flame Fruit ticket. I missed it. I just didn't get it. I wasn't fast enough. I don't have an invite to Dallas, and there's no general entry. So I am currently not scheduled to go to Bandai Card Fest. I hope that Play TCG reaches out to me and asks me to commentate and cast Bandai Card Fest, because I currently have a hotel and a flight to Dallas. So currently I'm not going to Bandai Card Fest. I will be in Dallas. If I don't make it into Bandai Card Fest, I'll probably go to a local somewhere in Dallas and play like one night. It is my birthday weekend, so during Bandai Card Fest. But stream will be in 30 minutes. There's been a delay. Palbasaur. Also, how are you doing, friend? It's good to see you. Is there a delay? Oh my gosh, it is. Wasn't OP13 for Emu? Yes, it was for Emu. All right, looks like I gotta add 30 minutes to the clock. If I just do 40 minutes. Stato. Or wait. No, I need 26 minutes. There we go. There we go, all fixed. Shout out Palpasaur, by the way. My favorite Australian commentator. Purple Poly was a good card. Purple Poly was so interesting because like he got power crept like crazy. He used to be such an insane card in Purple Luffy. And then what was it? Bon Clay came out. I think that Blue Purple Luffy could get Katakuri back, but I'm kind of a firm believer that Blue Purple Luffy should not get 9-cost Lin. I think that card needs to stay pair banned. I think getting back Lin would be too much. Do you think the new Zoro deck makes Mihawk top tier again? I think Mihawk, okay, hold on. I have not seen too many videos as of yet because I've been traveling and doing a lot of stuff as of late. I haven't watched enough videos of Mihawk with the starter deck. So I don't know how much of a buff it is, but there are good cards that I think could be slotted in Mihawk that could push it a little bit farther in the meta. And Mihawk, I think already is a good deck. Now, do I think it goes into top 3 or top 5? That's a whole other conversation. But I think it could be interesting. Squash, I genuinely think that if Purple NL just got banned, they just got lazy and just banned the leader, Purple NL, I think Krieg could be like a genuine top deck. It's so interesting. Yeah, Lin Lin for trashing one card heals a life and also puts I think it's like a 7 cost or less into the top or bottom of owner's life. So not only are you healing, but you're also removing a body. So that's why I think UP Luffy does not need it. I don't think we need to go back to Sanji Linlin. Yo, Hoopsies, what's good? Of course. I'm glad you enjoy your law mini bag, my friend. It was good to meet you. Good to see ya. I think Krieg is a really interesting deck. I've always been fascinated by Krieg. He just dies to Purple NL. Oh, a 6 cost. Thank you, Zell. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a while since I've read that card. Although I know like Abster just put out a video that's purple yellow pudding. Maybe I need to go back to reading the Big Mom Pirates cards. Nami reject Linlin pudding. What else is banned right now? ACOS. No, we should not bring back ACOS Gecko. No. No, thank you, chat. I do not think we should. I don't think I want Marshall D. Teach having access to ACOS Gecko. Now, would he play it? That's a whole other story. I don't know. But I think there's some black or partially black decks that I do not want running around with ACOS Gecko. No, keep reject banned. Keep reject banned. I hate that card. That card sucked. The card was awful. But yeah, personally, chat, I don't think we need to do anything to the ban list right now. I think that this format is jungly enough. And with OP17 right around the corner, I think we're all right. I think we're all right. The reason that decks like Red Ace can pop up and top 3 a Treasure Cup and also top 32 a regional in the same like 24-hour span is because of the meta becoming health or less like we're not in a 2-deck meta anymore, you know. And I think that's a big reason why we don't necessarily need to, because it's not like every single color is, or it's not like one color is just like grab and hold of the meta. You could argue that yellow is, to be honest, maybe. Betting for rocks, they're going to reveal it on July 12th. I want it to be a giant. I want it to be a giant deck. But what, like Loki is already the secret rare, so maybe it'll be like Shamrock or maybe it'll actually be another emu, chat. Didn't emus like, nobody spoil it in chat in case anybody hasn't seen, but didn't they reveal like what emu is? So it could genuinely be that, and they're waiting until the anime reveals it to show it on a card. Yo, Danny, what's good? This is Japan that we're watching. It's in Osaka. It got delayed 30 minutes, chat. ACOS Gecko is banned, but ACOS Luffy from OP17 and BY is pretty much doing the same. ACOS Luffy from OP17. What does that guy do again? I'm not overly familiar with the OP17 cards because I just haven't played it. It's playing a 2-cost or less from the trash. It is not even close. It does draw 1 card though. And it's also 8,000 power rush. It's very different than Gecko. I don't fully agree with that arc, Thor. I don't fully agree with that when Blue-Green Luffy is such a dominant deck right now. I don't think we're in a 2-deck format. I do agree that the 2 decks that we had in the last format are still really, really good. But I don't think we're in a 2-deck format anymore. Gunko, blue hair and all. Says had her anime appearance. But, I mean, didn't Gunko have their anime appearance before we got, like, the reveals of the different leaders, like Shanks, Kaido, Linlin? Right? I do agree, SideQuest, that yellow is a non-new player friendly mechanic because it's frustrating to play against, a lot of people say. Ko's not in the anime yet, but the manga. Oh, okay, so yeah, it could be Emu then. It could be Emu. Could be Emu in the revealed form. And we just haven't figured it out yet. Or I mean, like, it just hasn't been shown in the anime yet. It's playing the baby so I could do the loop again. I also kind of like you're saying, Surface, I kind of want it to be a giant. I think just giants. I think you can do a lot of cool mechanics with giants. Until like certain points of the game, like with Little Oars Jr. right now, right? Because Little Oars Jr. is a giant. He's minus 4,000 power until you have what is it, 8 cost on the field, which is very much Edward Newgate in the ace deck. But like the giants could be something along those lines of like, okay, you can play this. You can play, if it's purple, let's hypothetically say, you can play this giant for 4 Dawn and he's 8,000 power like Little Oars Jr. But until you have 9 or more Dawn, he's minus 4,000 power. You could do like stuff like that, you know, where you like can activate effects at later points in the game, because like in theory you want to play like if it's a giant deck, like you want to play the giants, but you want the player to be able to play the beginning of the game. Right? You don't want the player to just do nothing in the beginning of the game until they slam down these big giants. But you also, I don't know, card design wise, if you want to make the giants like 1 cost, 2 costs, stuff like that, like they got to be like at least 6 cost, right? Or like minimum 7,000 power. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Born with my Emu take is because they've been pretty consistent for the most part about revealing it in the anime first, even if it is like the same day or same 24 hours or whatever. Shanks leader with splashes of red, but Shanks has a green leader in the set. Have we had leaders that have also had a secret rare in the set? I guess like Enel is the first one that I think of now that I think about it. Because Enel, purple Enel got a leader and a secret rare. I'm sure a Luffy. Yeah, OP09, Luffy. With a secret rare of the same character. Other than King's face. Oh, we got King's face before it was revealed in the anime. I did not know that. Yeah, Teach just did as well. Yeah, call me crazy, chat. Call me crazy. Sometimes you need all your friends to get the gears turning. You know? Yeah, Rocks. I mean, how long until Rocks gets revealed in the anime, chat? I think 3-color leaders would be insane. There would have to be some heavy restrictions if they ever tried to do a 3-color leader. Although I think, well, actually, I don't know. Now that they have rotation, I don't see them ever doing a 3-color leader. But I think if they kept the game at a point like Digimon or something where there is no rotation, then I think they would do a 3-color leader eventually. Next year? Oh, well, I was hoping for a Rocks, but if it's going to be next year. Yo, Big Toad, how you doing? Next year's the Valley flashback. OP8, or wait, no, if it's next year. OP19, God Valley flashbacks? Say it ain't so. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, chat. I think I need to add like a couple minutes. I think they upped the timer by a couple more minutes. Because now my timer is slightly... Where is my timer? Did I close my timer by accident? I think I did. But it's still working. How much time do I... It's like 15 minutes. Starto. I know a lot of people want a Kuma leader. That would be fun. Super. What's going on, Super? Thank you so much for following over on twitch.tv/atrociousjake. The tournament should be starting here soon, chat, in about 15 minutes. My timer, did that reset? I don't think my timer reset. What the heck? Yeah, what's up with no Frankie leader, though? I need a Frankie leader soon. Oh, now it just updated. Maybe it was a little slow on the update. Well, at least it updated. Jinbei's got 2 leaders. Fun fact. Jinbei's got 2 leaders. Usopp has 1 leader. Robin has 1 leader. Chopper has 1 leader. Zoro has 3 leaders technically. Sanji has 3 leaders technically. Luffy's got a gazillion. Nami has 2 leaders, I think. I wonder what you would do as Frankie. Blue could mean Frankie. Well, is there any Water 7 cards in like Block 2? Besides like the EBO2 like Iceberg? What colors are the Frankie family cards? Because I know they were all like OPO3 or 4, and but it was all like Block 1. We do have a new Luffy leader, though. It's Mono Black Luffy. Elbaf. Yeah, Brooke has a leader. That's true, too. Technically 3 for Nami. Wait, Mono Blue, Blue Yellow. Oh, yeah, the promo. Yeah, the remade Mono Blue Nami. Technically, she does have 3 leaders. You're right, you're right, you're right. Good call, good call. Frankie got to be red purple. I mean, if he's in OP17, then it has to be a mono color. Right? Well, I guess it doesn't have to be a mono color. I just expect it to be a mono blue leader in OP17. Red for Rad Beam. Well, they could print a new Rad Beam, chat. They already have a red Rad Beam, but it's in extra regulation. Which, by the way, extra regulation stuff is happening in September, I believe. Chat, more extra grand battles happening at your local stores. One of my local stores told me that they started applying for extra grand battles. They're happening at least in North America the week after Card Fest. I think Emu kind of struggles, DMAC. I think it's just there's been some decks that have come out that are really powerful against Emu, like Purple and L, that just kind of like run you over. I feel like Goofy also runs you over because they're just so aggressive. So I think it's a little hard for Emu right now. But if you find the right bracket, you like dodge Nell, maybe dodge Goofy, stuff like that. Stuff that goes like super giga fast. You could be able to do some damage. I think also the Nami healing, I feel like that probably also presents a problem for you because they just make the game go on longer than you can hold on to. Right, and then becoming a 7K leader is like, it's a lot harder for you to swing at until you like loop the 10 Dawn turns. Then it's pretty easy for them to counter. And they can also do things like Perona to stun characters when you're trying to get like really aggressive. Roger did get more support. Did you see that 8-cost Newgate? It's pretty good in Roger. Uta support. Yeah, I mean, if Shanks is going to be green, then there's a chance that he's going to be a green film leader. And that means green Uta support. Also, Mysterious, do you think Red Black Sabo will become meta soon? With the starter deck, I don't know, to be honest. I think he might need a little bit more help, but I did see someone on Japanese Twitter the other day post a deck list of Red Black Sabo. I think the stream is starting. Red Black Sabo, but it wasn't playing like a traditional Red Black Sabo build. There we go. Let's move this up to 1080 HD, 1080p. Holy cow, why is this taking so long? There we go. Gonna move you guys over here. Purple Sengoku. I wouldn't mind Purple Sengoku getting more support, to be honest. I also love Red Black Sabo, but that starter deck is buns. Excuse me, stream. Anybody else having a little bit of trouble with stream? My stream is fine. We'll just see if it naturally gets a little bit better. New Uta leader in EBO5. I bet Uta has a pretty good chance of being a leader in EBO5. Yes, if Roger had a generic searcher, it would be pretty good. I wonder if you could fit in the like EBO2 music events in the deck. That's kind of like a generic searcher. It's not a one drop. It needs a one drop searcher, to be honest, in my opinion. But chat, appreciate everybody who's here right now into the stream and should be starting here soon. Now that the stream is live. I appreciate everybody that's here. If you're enjoying the stream, you're liking us hanging out and doing the commentaries here soon once the tournament starts. Make sure to please on YouTube leave a like on the stream. That helps a lot more people find our content, so then there are more people in here watching this alongside us and having a good time. And then if you're enjoying the content as well, please make sure to subscribe on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. I appreciate both Twitch and YouTube viewers, hanging outers, friends of all the same, whatever platform you choose. I just won't stream on Kick, unfortunately. I think Perona also has a pretty good chance of EBO 5 leader, because Perona is a very popular character, right? If Bandai knows their demographics, they know that Perona is very, very popular, and Perona is due in time for another leader. I did get the Dodgers done. I did. I have it right here. Soon it will be off to PSA to grade alongside my other Dodger Luffy. But I did get the Dodgers done. Yeah. It was fun. I personally really like Dodger Stadium. I think Dodger Stadium is a great facility as a baseball nut, as I am. Ooh, a sussy leader could be cool. How would you do that though? Would it be yellow or would it be black? Probably got to be one of those two, right? The last Garp was dog water. Wait, the last Garp? Hasn't there only been one Garp? Like leader wise? Or maybe that's just what you're saying. The last the Garp that we did have was bad. I mean, you got Kuzan now, and Garp is on the alternate art of Kuzan, right? So he's like kind of a leader. And he's also getting a really good starter deck card, right? In that I think it's a 5 cost that plays out the 8. Yo, Fernando, appreciate you coming in. Thank you for stopping by, hanging out with us. Stream should be starting here in a second. It is live. They just haven't gone into the games yet. I don't know if we need a blue Garp leader. I would want it to be a black Garp, I think. Because Navy, like Black Navy is already like so cemented. Oh, it's a 6 cost Garp. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Jack. Also, Dofi Doe. I don't know if I said hi to you. Nicholas Scythe. Hope you're having a great night or day. Maxim Blaster. TRTL. Hope I said hi to y'all. If you want me to say hi to you, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, just let me know in the chat. Nami's tough for you. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I believe that Nami is tough. Could you go red Garp though? Because like obviously Garp has to be Navy, right? But it isn't like, spoiler alerts, chat, isn't Garp from like God Valley? So could you make like a God Valley deck? Like young Garp? Something along those lines? Ooh, yeah, red, so then he could have sword. Is he part of the sword? I would imagine so, because he's Helmeppo and Kobe's mentor. So he's probably part of sword. I just feel like whenever they've talked about Sword, I've never seen Garp. No, don't. I don't want Saka. I mean, Sakazuki can be good. Sakazuki, when it was good, was crazy. Not as bad as Red Purple Law, though. Please never. That's another card I want to stay banned. Red Purple Law. I know that deck was so fun. I know it was so cool. But dang. That leader was incredibly good. Oh, Rox is from God Valley. He's not actually a part of Sword. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, Chad. I'm not caught up yet. Not caught up in the manga. Listen. I did not know One Piece until after I started playing the card game. I just heard there was a cool new card game, and I enjoyed it. I'm catching up. Slowly but surely. And it's taken a while. But I'm getting there. Purple Black Sakazuki. Okay. I'd be really curious to see where Red Purple Law would land with the Paraban on Black Maria. I'd be curious. But I wonder if there's enough like power reduction and re-ramping effects that exist within the game that it would still be pretty doggone good. Because I remember, I think it was in OP13. I think it was in OP13. We ran an unbanned tournament on stream. We have it on the channel. We have an unbanned tournament that we ran. And Red Purple Law was like either the best or the second best deck. I don't think it won the tournament, but I don't think it won the tournament. What arc are you on? I'm on Ennis Lobby. I'm pretty far behind. I'm not very good, chat, at maintaining catching up. Because I get really distracted. I get really distracted in trying to like, my hair is awful, by the way. I get distracted in making content. Or watching like a video. Oh! Things are happening, chat. Let's move to this. Championship is starting. They're getting the live stream ready. Who's excited? I'm excited. I'll answer that. Wano centered set? We did. Wasn't that the first set of the game? Wasn't the first set of the game centered around Wano? What the heck, stream? Stream! Thank you. Were you able to get the Yamato mat? No, I wasn't. Chad, I've just had a super unlucky streak lately on like premium Bandai drops or ticket drops, whatever. I did not get the Yamato. And it's unfortunate because I probably won't be able to afford it. One Piscado Gameo. The Osaka Championships. Did he get a haircut? Only got 4 people on the desk this week. I know, it's so hard out here. I was able to get the binder. I have 3 binders. I have one for the wall, because if you guys can't see, I put the binders on the wall. I put 1 binder on the wall. And then my girlfriend actually was able to order 2 because she ordered one the day that it released but she ordered another one because she got an email from Bandai. She was one of the lucky people that got an email that said that she could buy another one. No, I didn't get in the Flame. I tried. I was there when it started. But I did not get into the Flame. Oh, I gotta be ready to I gotta be ready to grab a screenshot of the top cut. I wonder if they're gonna do top 8. They've been doing top 8 as of late instead of top 16, which has made it nice for me because that's less or not as long that I have to stay up. But it's kind of, I wish we had top 16, especially in this format where it's a jungle. What do you think about double sleeving decks for tournament? I know a lot of people that do it. I would check the rules though to see if it's legal in One Piece, because I know it's legal to double sleeve in some card games, but I know it's not legal to do it in some of them. I personally don't do it, so I don't know if it's legal in One Piece or not, but I would double check with like your local judges or the tournament manual. But I know people that do it. It's fine. Probably buy most of the alts from the binder. A Grand Fleet leader reveal. They might do a reveal tonight. I'm not sure. I feel like they're going to want to hype up the starter decks that are coming out. So I don't know if we'll get any OP17 news. But if we do, I'll let you guys know. And you guys will probably see it in our Discord server because our Discord server auto translates newly revealed cards. If you want to join the Discord server on YouTube, you can check out the link in the description below. It should be at the very bottom, I think. And then on Twitch, you can do !Discord as a command. Oh, I think they're doing top 16. I think this means top 16 chat. 930 players. Pog. Double is legal, triple isn't. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I did not know that for sure. Thank you for confirming, chat. Nice. 930 people in this tournament. I think it's top 16. 9 rounds, top 16. Oh, these are the prize cards still? I thought we were on the Boa and Zoro now. Or wait, no, that's flagships. Oh, yeah, that's flag. The Boa is flagships now, I think. All right, this is the overall meta share, chat. I am going to grab a screenshot of this. The overall meta share in this tournament. Purple Enel and Nami are the top 2 decks. Blue-green Luffy very much behind them, though. Pretty even throughout the top 3. Then you got black-yellow Teach in that 4th place spot. Lucy over in that 5th place spot at 7.2%. You got purple-yellow Rosinante, 6.7%. Yamato going from a top 3 deck in terms of overall population all the way down to 7th, 5.5%. Boa Hancock is 5.3%. You got Shanks at 4.1%, Red Blue Ace at 2.9%, Green Mihawk at 1.7%, Crocodile at 1.4%, Calgara at 1.2%, and Buggy, Mono Blue Buggy at 1.2%. So this is the overall meta share of the 930 players, chat, as I was mentioning. Pretty good. I mean, this is pretty consistent from what we've seen, I feel like. I feel like Blue-Green Luffy has had a little bit of an increase since its success. Yeah, Divine Guide, yeah. I stay up late for the championships. Also, Cruisin', hope you're doing all right. Yeah, I think Blue-Green Luffy's winning tonight, chat. I'm not a betting man, but if I was a betting man, I'd say Blue-Green Luffy. But here is the top cut. Here is the top cut. It's going to be 3 Blue-Green Luffys, 3 Namis, 3 Rosinantes, 2 Purple Anels, 2 Teaches, 1 Boa, 1 Crocodile, and 1 OP15 Bell Luffy. That's an interesting top cut. Top cut for Osaka CS tonight. 3X Goofies. 3X Nami. 3X PY Rosie. 2X Panel. 2X BY Teach. 1X UI Boa. 1X B Croc. 1X Bell Luffy. Cool. Solid top cut, I feel like. My money's on the Crocodile winning. Man, I hope. Let's go, Croc. Let's go, Croc. All right, so moving into this match, it's going to be Black Yellow Teach, one of the decks of the OP16 format. Right, on opponent's turn, all of your characters gain +1 cost regardless of type, power, etc. And then on opponent's attack once per turn, if you trash a trigger card from your hand, you can redirect an attack to a Blackbeard Pirates leader or character. Has been a solid place in this format, has some really good matchups into Nami, right, which is what we're going to see today, but it's not 100% guaranteed, right? Nami, on opponent's attack once per turn, you can pitch a card from hand to be a 7,000 power leader for the rest of the turn, and then your turn once per turn. If one of the life either on you or your opponent's side leaves the life area, you get to draw 1 card, get a little bit of hand recursion going on. So, as I mentioned, this is typically a pretty favored... Whoa, come on, stream. Come on, stream. My stream is not stuttering. Why is the stream here stuttering a little bit? What was I going to say? It is a favored matchup for Teach, but we have seen time and time again, right, if you watch the European regionals last weekend, that this is not an auto win for Teach. This is still very much a game that Nami could win, right, especially if some of the pieces come together. So it's going to be curious to see how the Nami goes into this game, right, especially with die roll, things of that nature, finding specific things on curve. Stunning is a huge deal within this matchup with things like the Mr. for Galdino, and then with blocker Newgates, right, and cards like Borsalino, Nami can get super defensive. Looks like Nami is going first in this game, so on the odd curve, Teach going to have his curve, but gonna opt for the mulligan in this game. Yeah, the cut was a little crazy. Interested to see if the Croc is running double finger or not. Personally, I'm running a one of double finger. I don't know if it's correct, but I am. It might go into time. Yeah, this game could go into time. Typically, this matchup is a little bit longer than a lot of them, so we'll see. And I think Nami, well, both decks have a lot of healing potential, right? Because I would assume both players running Borsalino. Nami keeping the hand. Teach cutting. But thank you guys so much for joining me in the stream today for the Osaka Championships. Happy to commentate. It's been a couple championships since I've been able to do it live because of travel and different events that I've got going on. So I appreciate it. I will try my best to remember about the buttons. So then the cards go in. Yeah, I think one of double finger feels good in Croc. Yeah. They could key Luna, but also they could just only talk about the starter decks, because those are the next things to release. So they might. Looking at the Nami's hand, though, they do have some cards in here, right? You got the 2-cost Zeus to be able to remove something on the field, 5-cost or less. You also got some 4 Dawn plays in Marco and Perona, and also some big bodies like 7-cost Robin and 8-cost Gecko. Not a bad starting hand. I feel like for this Nami, this is kind of, it could be a lot worse than this. Going on to the Teach's hand. Teach has a lot of what we expect in the Teach deck, right? You got Vasco Shot and Doc Q as different 1-costs in there. Most everybody is running 4-cost Burgess, right, from OP09 and 5-cost Borsalino, but Black Vortex is a card that a lot of people are really interested in as kind of a tech option, right? For 1 Dawn, just being able to grab any trigger card in your trash is really nice when you run My Era Begins. It's nice when you have to pitch a trigger card from your leader effect, right? And it's also kind of like an extra copy of Zeha Ha Ha Ha. So we'll see if he utilizes Black Vortex in this game. But for now, we're going into the Nami's turn, just 1 Dawn, not having a 1 Dawn play, more likely than not, just going to attach it to leader and pass off the turn. Now going into the Blackbeard's turn. Could play one of these 1-drops out onto the field and is going to play full lead. I think top decking that there is going to go ahead and search that top 3. This is one of the staples of the deck as well. Just huge for the consistency. And here's a tough one, right? What card do you grab in here? Ended up grabbing the Shiryu to put into the hand. Shiryu is going to be very nice. And also playing down Vasco Shot. Vasco Shot, one of the more important 1-drops within this deck. A lot of players saying it's one of the best cards in the deck, and it's going to be a focal point in this one. Nami just attaching one is going to go into lead, is going to go ahead, take the life of potential trigger. Nami is going to be able to draw one off her leader effect after this activates, but is going to go ahead with the Doc Q, not necessarily KOing a 1-cost, but is just going to try to get some cycle, get a little bit of draw as Nami, once again, because a life was taken, gets a draw off of their leader effect. Now on the 4 Dawn turn, probably expect this Burgess to get out onto the field, but first a 5k swing, right? You want to try to get a card out of the Nami's hand. So could go in with maybe a Perona, but is going to go in instead maybe with a Gecko. I like holding the Perona in hand, right? Especially with a Burgess that could come out onto the field as Nami goes ahead and does her leader effect to become a 7. Teach is going to go ahead and use full lead to be able to cycle through, but keeping that Perona is going to be able to stun lock the 4-cost Burgess, and that's really what you want to do, especially before this Burgess becomes super powerful. Fighting that 8-cost Teach, he's going to be able to curve out throughout this game, especially on that even curve. Now going in, gets that Burgess down on the field. I believe Burgess is only 3 cards in the trash right now, so is... Actually, no, wait, with the trigger of putting 1 card in trash, might actually be a 6,000 power character at this point because of the 2 full leads and then 1 Doc Q trigger. So actually might only have a couple. Is going to go ahead, take the life of potential trigger yet again after the 6,000 power swing. Is really just trying to take this life right now. So then a 5-cost Nami from EB does not go ahead and hit the field and force you to take another life. So it is going to be a Katarina Devon, and now Nami getting a leader effect draw as well to play that Doc Q out onto the field. Is now just going to go Marco, go a little bit slower of a route just to get that blocker on field and maybe draw a couple extra cards. Could also just be a really nice attacker in the future. Now going on to the 6th Dawn turn. More than likely going to be a Shiryu, but we see pitch there off of that full lead, revealing a zombie Luffy, or Nightmare Luffy, as some people call it, right? The OP15 7-cost Luffy. Very nice for a deck that likes to build up the trash. Can just be a very sticky body that you can utilize. And so is going to go ahead with a swing, is going to go now into the Marco after the free block, is going to give up a little bit of counter for that, as Burgess is a 6,000 power character. And now going in with the Shiryu is going to trash a card from hand to put something into the life. A lot of times Katarina Devon the option to put into the life. So pitching the Van Augur and putting the Katarina in life is going to be able to, on that trigger, play out a Van Augur onto the field. The Nami may consider at this point, because the Teach is at 3 life, to go ahead and play the 5-cost Nami on the field just to make sure that you can't trigger the Katarina and get that Van Augur on the field, because Van Augur, very powerful in a lot of situations. maybe in this matchup as well. So Nami top decking an 8-cost Teach. 8-cost Teach, just a very good generic yellow card within the deck, and so no surprises of it being in this one. Is going to go ahead, split the 5 and the 2. I think very much thinking about that 5 Dawn play that we were talking about earlier, but is thinking about attaching some Dawn to Marco. You could go a split 7-7 with the Marco and Nami leader, but is going to go ahead, I think, swing 6 just at Burgess. This is just a 1k to get out of it, and you do have leader effect on the Teach leader to be able to redirect an attack. So what do you do in this situation? It looks like you might over counter a little bit with a 2k. And is going to go ahead and use a 2k to get out of that attack. Now with the 5-cost Nami coming on to the field, is going to go ahead, get that Katarina back into the hand and get an attached Dawn onto the Nami. And with 2 Dawn left over, is going to now swing 8,000 power over at the Burgess. Now is going to use leader effect to redirect into the Vasco shot. Vasco shot going to go ahead, proc off to be able to rest this Nami, right? Resting a 6 cost or less and drawing a card. So that's one of the reasons why the 1 cost so important in this Teach deck. It's a really easy redirect target to either be able to get some extra effects like Vasco shot resting a 6 cost or less, or, you know, just kind of redirecting an attack to be able to draw a card, because a lot of these 1-drops having the on KO effect of drawing a card at the very least. So thinking about using full lead first, is going to pitch the Borsalino. We already got one in hand. Is now really looking for a 10-cost Teach. We passed one up earlier in the game, trying to find another one. A lot of these Teach decks only running maybe 3 or 4, right? 4 at the most. 3 is very, very common in my opinion. Ends up going with Katarina Devon. Was really thinking about Vasco shot or Katarina. So now with the 8 cards in trash, is going to be a Burgess down to 7,000 power. It's just going to start out 5,000 power add lead to get this leader effect going off, especially with Burgess being a 7,000 power character now. Burgess can go ahead and swing at this Nami, and sure, you being 8,000 power base means that there's going to be a couple attacks now coming at this Nami deck. So is going to go ahead with the leader effect, pitching the 8-cost Teach to be a 7,000 power leader for the rest of the turn. Is going to now start with the 7,000 power swing of the Burgess. Is thinking about going at one of these characters and is swinging at the Marco, I think. Would just be a 2k to get out of this attack. So is going to go with the Kumasi to get out of that one. And now the 8,000 power swing at the Marco is going to get that on KO effect of drawing 2 cards. And now the 8-cost Teach coming in. 8-cost Teach looking at that top 3 and putting one of the cards into the life. Could be a card with trigger, could be a card not with trigger. Think is eyeing up a baby 5 to put into the life. The baby 5 would be really nice because your leader is multicolored to draw 2 cards, but it's going with the Katarina Devon instead. Katarina, right, being able to replay the Vasco shot or the Van Augur, as we've talked about earlier, is just a higher priority for this Blackbeard player as of right now, and I don't hate that idea, right? Especially because DQ not really doing anything outside of drawing a card, and you constantly want to be able to play out these 1-drops on the field for an easy redirect into. So Nami looks like they're thinking about playing a card right away. Is going to go ahead and play a Hogback onto the field. So the 4 for the Hogback is now going to go with a 6,000 power swing over at lead, I believe. Especially because Burgess is a 7,000 power character. Hogback with that on KO effect of playing a trigger card out is going to go ahead, take the life, get that Katarina to draw 1 card, play out a 1-cost on the field. We'll see if it's Van Augur or a Vasco shot. Looks like the option is going to be Van Augur, and because life was taken, I believe Nami does get to draw a card. Yeah, reminding of the player of the leader effect. If you have 7 or less cards in hand, because a life was removed from the life area, you get to go ahead, draw a card. Still has leader effect to be active on this Blackbeard to redirect an attack into something like Van Augur. But I think the option more often than not would be Doc Q that you redirect into, just simply because it's not really a good minus as of right now to redirect or to minus from the Van Augur if you were to be able to take that KO. I believe 10 cards in the trash now for the Blackbeard player. Is thinking about maybe playing Marco or Perona. Looks like Perona is going to be the option to make sure that this Burgess cannot swing. I believe Burgess was the option, as Perona can tap a 6 cost, right, for its effect. Can't choose either the, or actually can only choose the Burgess because of that +1 cost effect on the Blackbeard leader, right? Shiryu is a 7 cost. Now going in with the full lead to be able to look at this top 3 is going to find Zeha. Believe that was the correct amount of syllables. Is maybe thinking about utilizing it here on this turn maybe. But first going to go with the 5,000 power swing at lead. The 5,000 power swing is going to get Nami to maybe counter out or use her leader effect. Be 7,000 power for the rest of the turn. Also has Shiryu and also, or actually no, does not have leader effect. My apologies. I totally forgot. Maybe accidentally forgot to attach this one Dawn. So it is going to be a 5,000 power leader for the entire turn, just naturally 2K'ing out of that attack. And looks like, what was chosen? Yeah, it was chosen with the Burgess, and because the Dawn was attached, that's why we always love markers. And if you want to use markers, right, to be able to track game state, make sure to use TC Evolutions, use code Atrocious at checkout. But now is going to go ahead and utilize a swing at the Nami. With that, is going to use the on-KO effect to flip over the life, revealing a Kiku Nojo in the life, which is actually a big deal because with that trigger, you're going to be able to play it out on the field, and Nami spitting out a Marco out onto the field. Little bit of an oof there, especially with attaching that Burgess. That's why I always try to get some sort of marker on a character to remind myself of not being able to attack. We'll see how much that mistake will cost him. Is going to play Zeha anyways, right? Zeha for 8 Dawn is going to force Nami to be able to take a life and avoid the Kiku Nojo, actually. Not going to have that Kiku Nojo trigger. Is going to go ahead, play the 8 cost teach out onto the field. It is not a 10 cost, which you like to see if you're Nami, but you'd like to have that body on the field if you could. Is going to get a My Era in the life. Now swing 11,000 power at lead. Is going to get Nami to take another life. We'll see if this one ends up being a trigger. Now all the way down to 2. Is thinking about triggering a hogback onto the field. Is going to go ahead and do exactly that. Is going to get another Perona out on the field. The stunning effect doesn't really matter on the Perona, but what you got out of it is another 5,000 power body that you can actually swing with. It's going to be very helpful, especially against Blackbeard. Going wide against Blackbeards is a struggle for the deck, and so now is going to start swinging away with these different bodies. First with the hogback of 5,000 power over at lead. Is going to just go ahead and take the life. It's going to be that My Era begins, looking at the top 3. And there's a 10 drop that we found. The 10 drop going to be happening on the next couple turns and slowly building up this Burgess as well. Nami is going to get her leader effect to be able to draw 1 card. Now filling with 8 cards in the hand. I think found a Mr. 3 Galdino off the draw. Pretty solid draw. Oh, I just realized that I'm covering up the Nami player's hand. I'll move myself up there. Apologies for that. And is going to go with the 5,000 power swing over at lead. The 5,000 power swing looks like is going to counter out of it with a 1K Borsalino. And now another 5 is coming to the dome. Going to be curious of when he uses leader effect, maybe to redirect into Vasco shot. Especially because you have 4 characters on the field. You'll want to do that eventually, right? Because if you leave him out on the field, you'll have to go ahead and play over him potentially with the 10 cost. So just 2Ks out of that attack with the Katarina. Now the 6,000 power swing coming in at lead has another 2K in the hand, but is going to use leader effect, it looks like, to redirect into that Van Augur. Going to be able to draw 1 card and minus 3,000 power somewhere onto the opponent's side of the field. Is just going to go with the Nami attaching 3 Dawn. Now swing 5,000 power yet again at lead. Looks like we got 2 10 drops in the hand, an 8 drop, and a 5-cost Borsalino. So we do have 1k counter in hand, but it would be, I believe, our third Borsalino that we got rid of. Not a lot of counter in the hand right now, and it's just going to go with that as the Nami goes in and plays a Robin. Going to be able to heal 1 after trashing 1 life of 2k into the trash, and then we pass on to the Blackbeard's turn, I believe, right after this. Just taking a little bit of track of Burgess. Burgess is a 9,000 power character right now because of our quick math, 19 cards in the trash. If we get 1 more in the trash, especially off of this full lead, Burgess would be a 10,000 power character. The quality is not great right now. My stream is doing perfect. I've never dropped a frame, but the quality is not great. I'm trying to do my best for you guys. Is going to start out with the full lead, right? Grab a little bit of counter in that Vasco shot and just go ahead and hard play the 10 cost teach. The 10 cost teach is going to go ahead and say that Robin cannot swing and leader effect is inactive. And that's one of the reasons why Blackbeard has a good matchup into Nami generally, is being able in situations like this to be able to turn off the leader effect and make her a 5,000 power leader for the entire turn. So taking a read over at Perona. If you want to swing at the Peronas and try to clear board a little bit, you need to swing with Burgess first, right? Because Burgess is a 5-cost character with your leader effect, but the Shuryu is a 7-cost character, so cannot be touched, but is just going at face instead. Nami is going to take this first life, potentially triggering a body or some sort of effect, is going to get her own 8-cost teach, is going to negate a character onto the field of the Burgess, removing its protection effect and KOing a 5-cost or less. That's actually a huge KO right there, and immediately punished for not swinging the Burgess first in this situation. Looking pretty solid for Nami right now, but still a lot of game left to be played, especially with this 10,000 power swing now going at the Perona. Perona's effect is going to activate, just not a choosable character on the on KO to stun. Or actually could choose the Shuryu, but Shuryu's already attacked. And is just going to remove both of those Peronas off of the board right now, leave the Hog back alone and pass off the turn to the Nami. The Robin still cannot swing, but Nami does get her leader effect back yet again. But yeah, that's why, one of the reasons why I was saying I think you need to swing with Burgess first, especially with the Perona, because if you were to be able to swing with the Burgess, you'd still be able to swing with the Shuryu, right? Whereas you just lost a swing in that situation. So big play for this Nami, really punishing the Blackbeard player, but the game still continues. Now going in with the 6,000 power swing over at lead, a lot less swings for this Blackbeard to be able to deal with it, especially with the 12,000 power blocker on the field in that teach. It's going to be able to go ahead, free block right there, not reveal really any information in the hand. Now going with a 5,000 power poke is just going to be a 1k Burgess into the trash. Now getting aggressive with the Marco, going ahead and swinging. No, there's 1 Galdino in the hand for the Nami player. Is a potential trigger, is going to be its own negate. So is going to go ahead and KO the Marco, and then Nami getting her leader effect, right? So both players trading 8-cost teach triggers is going to be a big movement, I think, for this Blackbeard to try to stay alive in this game. Starved off another swing, and pretty much no more swings for the Nami player at this point in the turn. This is the top 16 round. Yugi is going to go with that Mr. 4 Galdino, or Mr. 3 Galdino for a cost of 4. Is going to go ahead, draw 2 on that activate main and make sure that one of these 8-cost teaches cannot swing in the turn. And then Borsalino going back up to 3 life. This is that longevity that I was talking about with Nami, refilling the hand with a bunch of cards. Go into, right, a Borsalino to be able to get that blocker on field and some life. But top decking a 10-cost teach is going to be a big deal for this deck, right? Being able to negate once again, you can go ahead, negate the Borsalino and go in with a couple different swings here. Might be sitting in a good situation for this teach right now. So first, starting off with a 5,000 power swing at lead. Could just net a free block on the Borsalino, maybe just trying to get a card out of hand from this Nami. Nami is going to go ahead, use her leader effect while she can to be a 7,000 power leader for the rest of this turn. Now going in with a 9,000 power swing at lead, is going to go ahead and take it. Is a potential trigger. What could it be? No trigger, actually. Just a Zeus maybe doing a little bit of fainting there. So now going ahead and using the full LED stage. Potentially, maybe thinking about the full LED stage got me there. The real question is, what card do you pitch off the full LED stage if you do? And what are you hoping to get, right? What card can give you a better situation? And I think is thinking about playing the 8 cost Teach instead of the 10 cost Teach on this turn, attaching another Dawn onto the Teach, another potential trigger for the Nami, maybe a Thriller Bark trigger, and it looks like it's going to be Kumasi getting out another Hogback onto the field. The 8 cost Teach coming down is going to be able to look at that top 3, maybe get a trigger, and looks like sure you going to be able to draw 2 cards. There's another 10 cost Teach going to the bottom of the deck, confirming that there's 4 of them, I believe, in this deck. Because I think we haven't cycled yet. I think we're very close to cycling. I haven't taken exact counts. But it is actually going to go with the full LED and get rid of the 10 cost. Interesting that we got rid of the 10 cost. So it is going to go with Burgess, pass off the turn. That was a very confident pitch as well. So 3 10 cost Teaches, I believe, revealed. Actually, just 2. Also bottom decking a Borsellino on that search. Now is going into the Nami's turn. There's a fair amount of counter in hand, several 2Ks, but only 1 life. Going to be eyeing up potential heal on this turn of some form or fashion, I think. Starts out with the 6,000 power swing at lead. Is going to go ahead, take the life. It is going to be a Sure You trigger to go ahead, draw 2 cards. And now, Nami, too many cards in hand to be able to utilize leader effect, actually. Is going to get a My Era and also a Vasco shot in the hand. There is not a stream for the European Regional this weekend, Biscus, unfortunately. Nami still having 9 Dawn to be able to work with. Does have an 8 cost Gecko in hand. Does have an 8 cost Teach in hand. Think about 7 with the Robin that they have. Robin would be able to get you back up to 2 life if you played it. So think about maybe attaching Dawn and going aggressive, especially with the blocker and a leader effect to be able to redirect an attack. That's 3 swings that you need, at least, that all need to connect in order to win this game. So with the Robin swing, is just going to go ahead and free block right here. You need 3 more swings, right? You need 1 to hit the life. You need 1 to go for lethal to get the win. But you also need 1 to redirect. Yes, this is also a live tournament, Burgund. I don't think I said that earlier. My bad. But this is a live tournament going on right now. So I think going to be really hard for this Nami to hit lethal on this turn. I think they just need to put themselves in the best position to be able to survive in the next turn. Any freezing effect or maybe healing effects could be nice. Still about 7 minutes left in this game. Plenty of time. As I think we definitely are the end stages right now. Now going ahead with a 5,000 power swing, it looks like, from the Dr. Hogback, fully committing to this. This is going to be a 1K Burgess to get out of the attack. Now, not really a lethal line for Nami at this point, unless maybe you're thinking about the 5 cost Luffy Secret Rare that some Namis do slide in. Something you got to worry about. The 5,000 power swing is, I think, going to go with a Vasco shot. especially if you are going to take this life to go down to 0, you do open yourself up to tapping 5 for the Secret Rare Luffy and then a split between Borsalino and Luffy. So it's not a very easy take right here. But if you counter out of it, they're more than likely not swinging with Borsalino, and you lose the opportunity to be able to maybe to dig a card. So is going to take it, see what it is, just put it in the hand. It's a Nightmare Luffy. Not going to be able to draw. Does have a little bit of counter on it, though. But I don't think a 5-cost Luffy in the hand for our Nami player. So the Blackbeard will survive in this turn. The card of choice for the Nami is going to be that 7-cost Robin, I believe, as we talked about. But no, is going to pivot. Looks like going in with a Hiyori. Hiyori going to be able to redo this life. Really try to put an impactful trigger in there. I think putting 8-cost Gecko in the life. What? Oh, is going to go 7-cost Robin now. Oh, messed up the sequence entirely. Messed up the sequence entirely. I think was supposed to play the Robin first before the Hiyori, because with the Hiyori putting the 8-cost Gecko in the life, then playing the Robin, Robin trashes the life to then heal to. Missed out on an 8-cost Gecko in the life. That is a blunder. 8-cost Gecko being able to play something like 4-cost Borsalino or something of the sort. That is not great. Both players having silly mistakes in this game. Starts out with the 9,000 power swing at lead. Nami does have their leader effect and a fair amount of counter in hand. Is going to go ahead, leader effect, get the teach out onto there to be a 7k leader, and then counter out 2k, 1k to get out of that attack. Now going in 11,000 power at lead is going to go ahead, take the life, a brick in the hand, another 11,000 power at lead right now is going to go ahead, take the life potentially again. Not sure what trigger can help them outside of 8-cost Gecko. Is going to put it in the hand, and now going in with another 11,000 power at lead is going to block with the Borsalino, and now the rest going in. It should be a 10,000 power swing. Counters out of that, but now the 12 of the teach is going to go ahead and claim the win. Definitely, especially when you get to these stream tables, when thousands of people are watching across multiple streams, right, of content creators, the official live stream, things of that nature, sometimes the pressure can get to you. Both players did make mistakes in that game. It's just one being more costly than the other. I will say, though, that the sequencing of the Hiyori into Robin, or what should have been Robin into Hiyori, is not one that I think a lot of players tend to do in games. So it was a little bit more abstract than your typical Nami plays of play Borsalino or play Gecko or play Robin. You had a little bit of stuff going on in there. But that's what it had to be. Oof. Yeah, Nami definitely lost because of wrong sequencing. We have not gotten some new cards to get today, Gambo. Yeah, Gecko, if he had played the Gecko, he could have played Marco out on the field. He could have played 4-cost Zoro potentially out on the field to heal one. It kind of cost them. That was definitely a crazy ending, though. I think the Nami had that game. I think the Nami had that one. Yeah, if I was that player, I'd be in that same boat. I would be in that same boat. I'd be beating myself up so bad for making that mistake. I'd be beating myself up like crazy. Especially because I think it lost them the game. I mean, I think both players goofed in that game. I think Nami's goof was just a bigger goof. Well, the Marco would have saved him, right? Because if the 10 cost teach is what got the lethal kill, the 4 cost Marco would have been the block on the teach. You know? I think it literally lost him the game. Because it was that 10 cost teach was the final attack that got the actual lethal. And it was the last swing that he had available. So, yeah, like being able to get Marco from the trash would have been... Well, I think it would have been GG's because he would have committed everything into that, right? No, he wouldn't have done Perona because there was nothing to stun. What is this? This is a special event happening from August 22nd to September 6th. Chat, can anybody translate this? What is this event and why are these leaders on the screen? Well, the 12K blocker was what got the final lethal swing, Ballard. Friendly party with the release of the STs. But why is Crocodile and Teach on there? But how is it, what I'm saying, chat, is how is it still math when the teach swing was the final swing and Marco could have blocked the swing? That's what I'm saying. Actually, we could just like go back. So yeah, like this swing right here was the lethal swing that won the game. So if there was a 4-cost Marco right here to block this, or maybe block this, or any one of these swings, then there is no lethal right here. You have to pass it back off to the Nami. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, chat. Oh. Chat, I am real quick going to go back to this. Let's see, this. I'm gonna be watching the stream, chat, but I'm gonna have this chopper here, and I'm gonna tell you guys why. So the last time that we live streamed the Japan Championships, right? We did the live stream. It was very fun. It was very cool. Loved it as always. I got an email from Bandai saying, hey, when we do the breaks and we showcase these videos, these like trailers and sometimes they air their own YouTube videos on during these breaks. They're like, when we air these, can you not stream them? So out of respect for Bandai, our between round screen is going to be this for now. Because if there's one group that I don't want to mess with, it's Bandai, you know? So if anybody's curious where the stream went, I'm watching it. It'll be right back, but just hold your horses. Yeah, Kat and Zora were in there. So that's why I'm like, what was that event that they just talked about? Yeah, like right now I mean, I'll show you guys for a second. Right now, they're airing one of their YouTube videos. Well, here's the thing, Frog. They asked politely, but I have to say yes. Like, I have to say yes. And I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing it. Robin, heal 2, play Hiyori, plan Moria, trigger Moria, get Marco. Yeah. I mean, he definitely goofed on that sequence. Like, it should have been Robin into Hiyori, right? That should have been what you do. Also, Yogurt, did I say hi to you? Hello. Hope you're having a good night. But yeah, I don't want to get in trouble by Bandai chat, so we're going to follow their rules. We're going to follow their rules. Yeah, rare Bandai notice. Well, I mean, Bandai is aware of me, chat. I won't go into deep, but Bandai knows that I exist, and they know of the content that we create, which is why they told me, hey, we would appreciate it if you did not air the breaks, you know, when we air our YouTube videos. Because they didn't do it right away after the championship. They did it like a week after. So they know I exist, which I love. I love that they know I exist. Bandai, I would love for you to hire me to do commentary over, you know, all the different tournaments that you host. But I want them to like me, you know, because if they don't like me, this channel could get deleted very fast. Well, I think sometimes, like, when you're thinking like that at the table and you see a lethal line and you're like, you get the engines going and you get like your adrenaline gets pumping when you figure it out and you see that lethal line, it's actually very easy to like missequence that and get that wrong. I know he almost did it right. He almost did it right. It was so close. If the Teach player played the second 10 cost Teach, wouldn't he have been kind of secured? Not necessarily, because of the amount of swings that the Nami player had. He would have then had to go for like control board kind of thing. And when the board is like all hogbacks, it's really hard to control board because then more bodies come out, right, from hogback. You can negate one of them to just delete. But typically, a lot of times you want to just negate the body you don't want to swing in a lot of situations. So, and plus he had like such few cards in hand that it could have been really difficult. It's a commemorative event for the launch of the Battle of the Leader with the theme 4 Emperors. Use only the leaders of the 4 Emperors and the 4 Emperors gang. Oh, interesting. Cool. Wait, why was Zoro there? Because he's part of Luffy's gang and Luffy's a 4 Emperor? It's what Google Translate said about the event. That makes sense, though. That makes sense why, like, Teach and Crocodile were on the graphic. But wait, wasn't Katakuri on the graphic? Why was Katakuri there? Well, the thing is that Blackbeard really struggles against wide boards and like small pokes. That's why Blue-Green Luffy is such a bad matchup, or one of the reasons. All right, chat. This was our top 16 meta share. Now looking at the top 8 meta share, it looks like it's going to be 2 Blue-Green Luffys, 1 each now of Nami, Boa Hancock, Purple Linnell, Crocodile made it through. Obviously, Teach that we saw. Romy. I don't know what, shoot. What is this one right here? I can't tell with the handwriting because I'm not fluent in Japanese. Oh, Rosinante. That's what it was. It was Rosinante. So there's one Rosinante left. Going into Boa Hancock inside this top 8 match, right? Boa Hancock made so much noise in the last Japan Championship. Is a really solid leader right now in the format, right? On opponent's turn, if you play a character out on field, you get to draw 1 card. But with your Kuja Pirate characters, if one of them with the base power of 5,000 power or more would be KO'd, you get to force your opponents to take a life. Is going to be going up against Crocodile. Now, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Boa is a very defensive deck now at this point. Has a lot of triggers, has a lot of blockers. And Crocodile, right, is very much negating things on the field. Being able to KO one of their characters to -10 cost somewhere on the opponent's side. Has a lot of different effects like stunning, preventing from attacking, things of that nature. This was not an easy matchup for Crocodile in the OP14 format when they both were introduced, but it wasn't an impossible one either. So looking at the Boa's hand right now, they've got 4-cost Zoro, 4-cost Ran, Gorgon Sisters, Boa Marigold, one of the new cards in OP16 that Boas have loved, and Shaku Yaku. So a couple 2Ks in the hand, a couple bodies to be able to play out on the field, a little bit of healing as well. Not a bad starting hand for this Boa, in my opinion. The only thing that you're really looking for is to be able to manipulate a life like a 2-cost Hiyori or something to get that Gorgon Sisters in there. Looking at the Crocodile's hand, do have a 1-drop in the Merry Christmas, right? No stages, though, in the Boa deck that you really need to worry about. Also has Bon Clay in here. Great card to be able to find on curve to be able to play out something like a Daz Bones onto the field. Cheat it out on the field, rest something, maybe control the board a little bit. And Miss All Sunday, an excellent character, right? To be able to constantly repopulate the board, whether it is searching or whether it is getting Bon Clays to get out these different characters like Daz Bones or other Baroque Works kind of cards that we'll probably see here in this match. Also has a Nightmare Luffy in here, especially since the release of OP15. Nightmare Luffy, such a good card in this deck because your leader effect has to, or has the option to mill 2 cards. Kind of have this turbo mill style in Crocodile to be able to build up the trash very effectively and gain all these extra effects on the Crocodile, or on the Nightmare Luffy, as I'll say. Looks like Boa going first in this game. Looks like Crocodile going second is very nice. I also love Robin. Yeah, Boa is definitely an interesting list. It's very different than what it was in OP14. I have a hair that's like right in front of my face. There we go. I got it. And now going off into the turn, Boa starting out does not have a 1-on play, so passes it off to the Crocodile. Does find a patchwork there, which will be nice later in the game, but is going to go ahead with a Merry Christmas onto the field. And we'll see, using leader effect right away to KO the Merry Christmas is going to build up 2 cards within the trash, right? Doesn't necessarily -10 anywhere, but double Bon Clay going into the trash. That's going to be interesting, I think, for the 6th on turn coming up here. But with the on KO effect of Merry Christmas, you're going to be able to draw 1 card, just cycle a little bit in the hand. Does not find anything like Miss Valentine's to be able to utilize in the coming turns, but is going to at least build up the trash a little bit, try to find some of these 5-drops to synergize well. But Boa just going in with an 8,000 power swing. Crocodile going to take it, going to put it in the hand. It is going to be a Miss Valentine, but especially on the 4 Dawn turn, Valentine's actually kind of difficult to be able to utilize on the even curve when you want to play out something like Bon Clay. So Bon Clay coming out onto the field and is going to pass off the turn. A lot of Boa decks right now don't necessarily have removal cards in the deck outside of something like Grav Blade. You obviously can't play it on 5, so your Bon Clay is more than likely sticking out onto the field right now, and so is going to go ahead now onto Boa's 5 Dawn turn. Is going to try to utilize Bon Clay to leader effect, maybe play out another 5-cost Baroque Works on the field, and maybe hard play the Daz Bones in a future turn, but Ran coming down is going to be a nice body 4/4, and now utilizing that activate main to get Dawn on Boa is just going to swing 7 at lead yet again and get Croc to take another life and put into the hand. I believe that was a gem in the hand, finds a disappointed off the top of the deck, another little searcher, and for 6 Dawn now just starts out with the 1 of the Valentine. So Valentine going ahead and now looking at the top 4 cards of the deck, building up the trash. We'll see what they decide to grab here on this search. Looks like a Mr. 4 Babe is going to be the option. Is going to go ahead, pitch Valentine, Daz Bones, and another Miss All Sunday. Really searching for an 8-cost Croc as of right now. Going to be curious to see how many swings this Crocodile decides to do, but starts out with the 5 on the Bon Clay. 5 on the Bon Clay. If there is an unlucky Grav Blade of a sort, you do have the opportunity to still KO a character on the field in the Valentine, but no, takes the life. No trigger on that one, going to be a Borsalino, and now utilizing leader effect to KO the Bon Clay is going to go ahead and mill 2 cards. A Ground Death and Disappointed is going to go ahead and get Daz Bones out onto the field because of the Bon Clay's on KO effect. Now resting the Ran is going to go 6,000 power at lead over at the Ran. This has to go at a character, right? Because Daz Bones does not have Rush. It's only able to attack characters on the turn that it's played if there's a 0-cost character on the field. So is going to KO that Ran, and now Boa's leader effect is going to go off, right? To be able to force Crocodile to go down to 2 life already. Now going ahead and using the Disappointed event is going to look at that top 3. Is going to find what looks like 8-cost Crocodile to put into the hand. So that's going to be nice to utilize on the future turns. You're going to have a sigh of relief, and getting the Babe on the field is going to be a nice blocker for you. So then if they swing big or something of the sort, you can have that blocker there, not go down to 1 life so early in the game, and then also grab an 8-cost or less Baroque Works kind of character from the trash. Now going into Boa's 7 Dawn turn. Did top deck an 8-cost Gecko, so can't play that out onto the field right now. Has a couple different options that they can utilize. No characters on the field as of right now for the Boa because of that board control the Crocodile was doing. And it's really hard a lot of times to just play Gorgon Sisters if it's not off a trigger. So especially only at 7 Dawn, also can't play things like the 9-cost Boa. You're also sitting at 3 life, so Borsalino not necessarily going to help you. Might be somewhere along the lines of either a Marigold or a 4-cost Zoro Angle right now. So with the 7,000 power swing over at lead, is just going to go down to 1. It's just taking life left and right, building up this hand, especially with Pudding Band. Don't have to worry about that in the format anymore. Now with 5 Dawn is maybe thinking about that Marigold that I was talking about. One of the new cards in OP16 that Boa gained and plays a lot in this deck. Especially with that trigger of playing it out onto the field. But no, is going to go for a 4/4. A Zoro instead is maybe thinking about pitching the Marigold to get that random heal. Go back up to 4 life and pass off the turn with 1 Dawn left open. 1 Dawn left open, you're really not worried about that as of right now, especially because if it is something like Slave Arrow, right, it's just picking up the Zoro yet again, and there's still no bodies on the field for you right now. Is going to be about 11 cards in the trash, I believe, or the Zombie Luffy, but definitely I think is going to be a Miss All Sunday angle. Miss All Sunday being able to play a 4-cost and a 1-cost
Baroque Works kind of characters, is going to play over that other Valentine to get Bon Clay and Valentine onto the field. Now proccing the on-play effect to go ahead and search that top 4. See what they grab. Maybe another Crocodile could be good. A 2K Merry Christmas is not bad of a choice at all. Just thinking about Miss Wednesday instead. I do like Miss Wednesday. I like having access to that in the hand if you want to go a little bit more board control. So I'm going to put that in the hand, especially with that minus 3,000 power effect. Still has leader effect to be able to utilize Bon Clay. Now, even though Crocodile, very much that 8-cost Crocodile, a premier card within this deck, what a lot of Crocodile players have learned since its release in OP14 is a lot of times you're going to want to utilize Miss All Sunday first before you play any Crocodiles out onto the field, right? Widen the board a little bit. It looks like is going to use leader effect to get Gem out onto the field. Because of that leader effect, minusing 10 on the Zoro is going to be a 0 cost, is going to allow this Crocodile to draw 2 and trash 1. Just again, just draw a little bit more, filter a bit more. I think is getting rid of a Patchwork right here. Or is thinking about, yeah, Patchwork going into the bin right now. Not going to be utilized for stunning a character, keeping it rested on the offensive side, I guess you could say. So now with 1 Dawn left over, is going to go ahead, tap the 1 just for another Valentine. Is going to just go ahead, do a bit more searching right now. Looking at that top 4, maybe trying to fish for another 2K. Does find Ground Death. And I think we passed on out a Ground Death earlier, so is going to grab it, put it in the hand. Excellent card, especially when you have a ton of cards built up in the trash, right? Being a 4K counter event is so nice for Crocodile in the later stages on the 10 Dawn turns or so. When you play 8 for the Crocodile, right, there's 8 Dawn. Leave some up for something like Ground Death, the 5K swing, prompting the free block from the gem. Now 9-cost Boa is going to try to put maybe this Crocodile on a little bit of a clock, right? Going down to 0 life with the threat of something like Perfume Femur is something that Crocodile is going to have to think about. Maybe why he's been trying to build up this hand with stuff like Ground Death, with stuff like 2Ks in the Miss Wednesday and things of that nature, because typically the Boas in this format have only run 1, maybe 2 Perfume Femurs, right? And not a lot of searching. So might be something that they only have a 1-shot match in. And if you're going to be able to stun the 9-cost Boa out on the field, you're only really worried about a Perfume Femur swing from the leader. So is going with that 5,000 power swing, is going to take the life. A potential trigger. What could it be? Could be a lot of different options. Is going to go ahead and be an 8-cost Teach. So 8-cost Teach is going to go ahead and negate the 4-cost Babe to remove its on KO effect and remove a blocker out onto the field. Is going to go ahead, KO it, be a little bit more or a little bit less that they have to work around, right? To try to build or blast through this wall that the Crocodile has been making in this game. Swinging the Daz Bones now, 6,000 power at lead. 6,000 power lead is going to net a life. Put the card into the hand, no trigger to go down to 3. Is now going to swing 8,000 power with the Miss All Sunday. Going to take another life, go down to 2. 2, a very nice number with cards like Borsalino and things of the sort. Is going to go ahead, be an 8-cost Gecko to be able to play that Ran out onto the field. The Ran activating Boa's leader effect, right? Because you did play a character out onto the field, is going to be a body that now Crocodile has to think about on the attack. But no, goes in with the Luffy, actually. The Luffy, because of the amount of cards in trash, right? From all the milling that we do, I believe our leader is now a 7,000 base power leader and is going to go this route of establishing this Luffy onto the field before you go into the stunning effects with the 8-cost Crocodile. So Luffy, because of the amount of cards in trash, is also going to be a 17-cost character and a 9,000 power character. Not 30 cards in the trash as of yet to be a 10,000 power character, but is going to be a very threatening body over on the Crocodile side regardless. And again, with boas, you know, only running 1 or 2 perfume femurs, it's really only got to worry about that one. But especially because none of these other bodies are frozen over on the boa side, now you have 4 bodies to be able to swing with. You do have to attach some Dawn to be able to swing with Rand, Boa, the leader, or Zoro, but it might be worth it. I mean, it's one of those things that Crocodile, especially in this format, like, you probably don't expect to play against a Crocodile, you know? And even in OP15, Crocodile was like kind of I mean, he was a meta deck, but he wasn't like super meta. So now just going at 10,000 power at lead is really just trying to see right now what this Crocodile is going to do, right? Are they going to give up something like a ground death? Are they going to go ahead and take the block since one of the 2 7 Warlords of the Sea options were utilized? And is just going to go ahead, tap 1 for a ground death, being plus 4,000 power is going to go to 11. It's going to be the perfect amount of counter to get out of that attack. So he is going to go a little bit more defensive. This is what I was talking about with the Boa deck, playing a lot of blockers. Is going to go ahead with the 5-cost Nami to be able to draw 3 and put 2 cards either at the top or bottom of the deck. Can work so well with Borsellino because you're at 2 life, right? With this combination, the Nami putting the exact card that maybe you want to go ahead and heal with the Borsellino. Is thinking about going ahead and putting Gorgon Sisters maybe in life. Could go ahead and maybe put the 9-cost Boa in life to be able to maybe use that trigger, especially because Crocodile doesn't have any healing options. Boa only does that first half of healing you at this point in the game. It's a very interesting spot, I think, for the Boa. Always thinking about actually putting Borsellino and Gorgon Sisters out onto the field, using that Ran effect to be able to get a Dawn on Zoro and now swing in 7,000 power at lead, just a 1k to get out of it. Now Borsellino going ahead and healing a life, more than likely that Gorgon Sisters that we saw there, but a pass off the turn, 2 blockers on the field, and 3 life for the Boa. You got to start wondering when the 8-cost Crocodile is going to start coming out onto the field. Is thinking about maybe attaching one, now swinging 6,000 power over at lead. Oh, can he not add Dawn to the Zoro? Oh, yeah, I don't think he can add Dawn to the Zoro. Yeah, because Rand says give up to one of your rested Dawn cards and one of your Kuja Pirate leader or character cards. And yeah, and I think was very intentional actually on this Dawn. So that's actually really bad because we played the 5-cost Nami and then played another 5-cost. So in theory, this set of sequences shouldn't have happened at all. So we'll see if the judges notice at this point. Unfortunately, we can't yell at them. But looks like is playing the 8-cost Crocodile out onto the field. The 8-cost Crocodile is going to be able to start stunning characters, going with the Boa first and then using leader effect to -10 somewhere. Now is going to go with the Crocodile play yet again. After swinging in at life with the Luffy, the Miss All Sunday, etc., is only going to put the Boa down to 2 life. But the Gorgon Sisters did hit the field because of the trigger. And so now I think is going with the Ran? No, is going with the Zoro. So Zoro and the 9-cost Boa cannot attack. I think actually, yeah, I think everybody missing the Zoro Dawn. Interesting not utilizing something like Patchwork and instead attaching Dawn onto Leader for a 6,000 power swing. Maybe not wanting to net the free block with either Nami or Borsellino. Is just going to go with a 9-cost boa. It says, you know what? Even though I can't get you to take a life, I'll be able to heal one at least. And now the Gorgon Sister effect is going to go ahead and reveal 3 Kuja Pirates kind of cards to be able to give Rested Dawn everywhere on the field. Give one to Rand, give one to Nami, give one to Gorgon Sisters, give one to Lead. We still have 1 Dawn left available to us, as well as Rand's effect. Yo, what's up, A-Train? So is now thinking about going in and swinging at the Daz Bones. Is going to clear the Daz Bones off the field without a second thought. Now is attaching 1 onto Lead. Is going to swing 7,000 power at Lead. Is going to 1k out of it, being a 7,000 power leader because of the Nightmare Luffy on the field. I don't think we've used Ran effect as of yet. So we could do that to get a Dawn onto the Gorgon Sisters for another 7,000 power swing. And could swing 7 with the Nami that we have. But is just going to pass off the turn. Building up these boas. Especially with this other secret rare crocodile in the crocodile player's hand. You would be able to stun both of the boas, prevent them from attacking in the next turn. It does a little bit, yeah. Does balance it a little bit because you didn't utilize it on this turn. I don't think it should be a DQ Naruto Leva, but it's definitely something that should be addressed for sure. But it's way too late to walk back. I think it would eventually have to be like a game loss. But if it was something that we noticed right away or before more things happen, I think it could have been prevented from going too much farther. The 6k swing just being a 2k Shaku Yaku to get out of it. Now the 8k swing going in. Just taking a look at the Nightmare Luffy once again. Remember, 30 cards in trash makes it a 10,000 power character. Crocodile still with a Bible in the hand. Well, we're running out of cards, only sitting at about 5 in there. Is just going to block with the Nami. That character leaving the field. Now the Nightmare Luffy going ahead, taking the life. Potential trigger could be something like an 8-cost Gecko, and it is. Even though not playing any more Thriller Bark cards in the deck for Boa, more than likely can play a 4-cost or less out onto the field, and this is why a lot of players don't want this card in format anymore. Is just going to go the 4-cost Zoro, right, to be able to trash one and heal one, but not without going ahead and using leader effect first, because you did play a character out onto the field. Did draw into another 4-cost Zoro. Is thinking about just pitching that maybe for the life. And is going to do exactly that, going up to 3 as if the attack never happened at all. Now the 10,000 power swing going in with the Crocodile secret rare is going to be potentially another trigger. And what could this one be? Especially with full bodies on the board, right? 5 bodies on your side. What would you want to play over? Yeah, the game states it would have to be a game loss and a warning to the other player, I think, is how it would go, because the game is too far gone at this point. But it also, I feel like they've had these before and it never gets addressed. Yeah, that's how the sequencing works. You get to draw a card before doing the Zoro effect. And so is going to go ahead, trigger the Marigold out onto the field. Leader effect also drawing 1 card, kind of refilling the hand for the Boa. Now has a blocker because you're at 2 or less life. So it looks like Crocodile now looping his leader effect to be able to KO the secret rare and stun bodies out onto the field, stunning the first 9-cost boa, the second one stunning the second 9-cost boa. All these characters active, so just one Don left. I think only has about 6 cards in hand right now, or 6 cards in deck left. No official reveals yet, Gandhi. Yes, correct, Cruising Chris, correct. But only specifically when it's played on something like the 8-cost Gecko. Yeah, I think Boa's game plan right now is really just going to try to be to starve off as long as possible. As I mentioned, Boa, a very defensive deck now in the OP16 format, has some healing options like the 8-cost each. They can try to go for it with the Perfume Femur, right? But with what I mentioned, having such a large hand size and one Don left open, you gotta imagine that they're gonna be able to get out of the attack that you go in with the Perfume Femur to get around this gem. Yo, Deuce Ward, the VOD will be public, so if you need to go off to bed, check out the VOD later, you can. What happened? So in this game, the Boa player utilized the Rand's activate main to attach a Rested Dawn to Zoro, which is not how that's supposed to work, because Rand can only attach Rested Dawn onto Kuja Pirates. So technically something illegal happened in the game, but nobody noticed in the area. I don't even think the casters noticed, because the casters would phone into the judges. So yeah, it looks like everybody forgot. I mean, I did too, to be honest. Still about 7 minutes in this game. Think deck out more likely. But it's a tricky situation right now for Boa, because they have the opportunity to go super turtle, right, with something like the 8-cost each, but they also have the opportunity to go widely aggressive with the Perfume Femur. I don't think now's the time for Perfume Femur. I think you need to bleed out this hand a little bit before you go in. But the more time that you give this Crocodile to build up the board to go later into the game, it's going to make it harder to be able to stay alive in this game. We do have a 5-cost Borsalino in the hand, so we could go ahead and heal one while also getting the blocker out. But what do you play over? Do you play over the Gorgon Sisters and lose out on that activate main? Do you go ahead and play over the Zoro? Not sure what they'll do, but first attaching one Dawn and swinging 7,000 power is going to ask for a card out of hand. Is going to be a gem 1K. Our leader being 7 because of the Nightmare Luffy is just going to go with an 8-cost Teach. 8-cost Teach going in, looking at that top 3. We'll see what he decides to put in the life. Has Ran 4-cost blocker Boa, and the Nami is going to go with the Ran, more than likely for the leader effect to be able to draw one card if you trigger it out on the field. Has one Dawn left, could go ahead, utilize the Gorgon Sisters effect and attach the active Dawn to be able to swing with leader, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. Getting Rested Dawn on all the characters that are still able, characters in leader still able to swing, is just going to attach one swing 7 and it's going to block. So not doing anything with that, not giving up any cards in the hand. Is just going to pass off the turn. Remember also, 8-cost each does have the 7 Warlords of the Sea tag, so he's able to get a Perfume Femur boost. There is a time limit, but we still have 5 minutes until overtime. So the 5K swing is just going to go ahead, 1K out of that with the Ran. Now the 8,000 power swing going in with the Miss All Sunday. Keep wanting to call her Robin. You can cast if you want, Biscuit. Or Biscus. Anybody could do what I'm doing. Yeah, I think this is the Croc that we've seen in championships before. Like, this is not his first time in Top Cut. It's just going to 2K out of that attack. Now go 10,000 power at lead. is going to go ahead, block with the Marigold, not giving any inches on the life right now. Counting up the trash. 25, looks like 30 cards. I think Luffy is a 10,000 power character right now. And there's that marker to make him 10. Would be really nice if we had another Crocodile at this point. The 10,000 power swing at lead is going to be the Ran trigger to get it out onto the field. And now Boa drawing one card. One of the reasons maybe why we blocked with Marigold in the last turn. Takes the other 10,000 power swing to get the life. It's a 4-cost Boa. And now another Crocodile hits the field. It's going to be going ahead and stunning, but is not going to... Oh, is going to use leader effect. Is going to use leader effect now to minus the Ran. Now using the on-KO effect to bring that Crocodile back onto the field. This is a forced draw, so every single time is going to be drawing a card. Has 2 cards left in deck. Wait, could he not have... Oh my gosh, yeah, he was at 3 life. Wait. Oh my god, this game is cooked. Wait. Yeah, he couldn't block right here. If you have 2 or less life, this character gains blocker. Yeah. He could not have blocked right here. Oh man, this game is chopped. That's so frustrating. Holy moly. Yeah, she's only a blocker at 2. Also, I don't know why the stream is stuttering for me. Maybe I should refresh. All right, let's go back a little bit. Okay, so left 2 Dawn up. Wow, this quality is awesome. Is going to start out with a 10,000 power swing at lead. Is going to go 2K, 2K to go to 11. Does have 2 ground deaths in the hand. But a 5-cost Borsalino coming out onto the field is just going to heal, go back to 2. And the double Borsa going up to 3. I think, chat, I'll be honest right now, I think this game is cooked because of there's been 2 illegal actions that should have never happened that have drastically changed the outcome of this game. But unfortunately, I cannot do anything about it. And so ground death is at least going to negate one of the Borsalinos. Be able to negate the effect of a 5-cost or less. The double ground death getting rid of both Borsalinos. And now we're going to be swinging in. We do have 5 swings to be able to work with on the characters and also 4 Dawn. So Croc can still win this game despite all things considered, but has to win now. In the One Piece card game, if you go to 0 cards in your deck, you automatically lose. And with 1 card left in deck, he can't pass off the turn. He's got to win now. Starting out with the 8,000 power swing, though. Does have some counter in hand. But I think would have to give up all the counter in his hand. Is going to go 0-cost event to get rid of it and the 2K to get out of that attack, but with no counter left in hand, only an 8-cost Gecko and a Perfume Famer. If he just swings out, he's got an opportunity to win. Starts out with the 9. All the other characters are 10,000 power, so this is going to connect. Is going to take the life. No trigger right there. Now another 10,000 power swing. Going to take it again. The Zoro on that first life. No counter in the hand. No counter in the hand on the 4-cost Boa. Now going in with another 10,000 power swing. Is it a 0-cost event? No, it's a Marigold in the hand. Not choosing to trigger. Is going to swing in, and Crocodile, despite multiple game state errors from the Boa that nobody at the stream table or maybe the casting desk or anything even though nobody noticed, still was able to get out of that game. 7, 9, 10, 10, 11 is the math. I don't think he can do that. I mean, he could have. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But that was crazy. That was crazy, chat. What an ending. Shout out to our Croc. Man. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that the boa was malicious, right? Because we all make mistakes. We're all human. We watched a miss sequence by the Nami player in the last game, probably because of nerves, right? It happens. But I will say it's kind of crazy that nobody caught any of that. But then again, neither did I. But I'm not a certified judge. That guy has topped with Crocodile before. He's been in the top cuts of these championships. I recognize him. He's been here before. He knows what he's doing. He is fighting like crazy right now. The game state errors, for anyone who does not know, there was an activate main ran giving arrested Dawn to a non-Kuja pirate leader or character, which should not happen. And then the other one was he blocked with Boa Marigold at 3 life, which Boa Marigold does not gain blocker until you're at 2 or less life. Yo, thank you, Muji. Also, Muji, how are you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Gent, I hope you're doing well. Also, I need to say thank you for some follows. Soup, Bubble, and Bickus. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Where are all these hairs coming from? Probably my cats. Good. I'm glad you're living the dream, friend. Well, I don't think it's that odd that he was covering characters with Dawn, because I know a ton of players that do that. Might not be something that we see on the stream all the time, but we should be having top 4 here like any second now. Good morning, Rena. Tipping my hat to y'all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Got to go back to the screen chat. Reminder, I'll show you guys the stream again when we're done with these commercials, but Bandai told me not to stream when these commercials are airing. So I will respect Bandai's wishes and not air the commercials. But I am watching, so I will show you guys when we get back to the tournament. But right now we're just waiting on top 4 to start. Yeah, 1 card in deck is wild though for the Crocodile. I mean, but that's Crocodile though. I mean, I played Crocodile all of OP15. And that's just Crocodile. Hey girl. You cannot be on the desk when it's like that. A little too crazy. Little too crazy. But chat, I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for everyone that has joined me in here. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, I appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us right now and appreciate your support. Please make sure if you're liking the stream over on Twitch or YouTube, subscribe so you see more content here in the future. And then make sure on YouTube, if you're enjoying the stream as well, not only to subscribe, but leave a thumbs up on the stream. If you like the stream and you give it a thumbs up, more people are way more likely to see the stream. And that helps grow our community. That helps, you know, grow the chat. That helps grow everything that we do here. I'm glad we've gotten some, like, interesting games, though. Like the, like Boa Crocodile. Because those two decks are not ones that I think a lot of people think about right now in OP16. And especially after Boa had a really good last championship. Kind of putting it a little bit more on the radar right now. Yeah, and to be honest, chat, if we're being real right now, I like being live way more than a recording. I love doing these live streams because I like interacting with you guys. I like interacting with you guys in real time because, like, I love answering YouTube comments and things like that. But for anyone who does not know my lore, I've streamed for a while. Kind of was on a break from streaming because of my sports job that I had previously before I went full-time content. But I have a legacy of, not a legacy, I have a history of streaming. So it's more enjoyable to interact with you guys live, in my opinion. Also, Gent, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. I still can't believe that nobody, I still can't believe that nobody caught either of those gameplay errors. Like at the stream table or in the casting booth. But I think a lot of times, especially for like casting, right? Me as an example, and the people at the table, it's really easy to just like forget about some of those things. Especially when it's a deck that maybe you haven't casted in a while. So like Boa Marigold being a relatively new card, right, is only used in Boa, which did get a lot of limelight in the last championship, but I wouldn't say it's overtaken the meta or anything like that. So you haven't really thought about Marigold only being a blocker at 2 or less life. And then the Ran thing, Boa didn't really run non-Kuja Pirate stuff like they do now. So you're kind of just like automatically used to just attaching it wherever you want. But it is one of those things that if you are going to play the deck, you do need to like fundamentally know so you don't break the game. Katoon, good evening. Good evening to you. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you had a great day today. I got a busy day tomorrow. Busy Sunday. I got a busy Sunday tomorrow. I got an idea of a video that I want to do, chat, on the channel. It'll be like a weekly video. And I want to make it really fun. And I really want to make it something that you can like look forward to like every Monday. Probably Monday. Probably Monday. Might be like a Monday or Tuesday video. But dang, I don't want to spoil it. But something to where like you all know, oh, every Tuesday this video is going to come out. Like this kind of video. So I did bring my green screen home. So I will be utilizing the green screen for this video. And I'm excited because I feel like I only really get to use the green screen for like casting a regional or something. And I like the green screen. I think the green screen's a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of potential that I can utilize with the green screen as well. But one thing that I want to try to do in July as well is try to create like interesting content. So like with, I don't know if you guys all saw, but Kai went full-time in content creation, which huge congrats. I absolutely love that. Well deserved. Should have happened a lot sooner, in my opinion, but happy that he made the step when he was ready to do it, which is the most important thing. But if you watched his video about like him now going full time and the plans that he wants to do, because one of the things that he said in there, he had a lot of great things, but one of the things that he said in there is that, he doesn't like, just doing like a sim deck profile video. Not to dig at anybody who does it, because there is an audience for that and there is a need for that. But that's just not something that he makes. And I've never related so hard to it, because I've started doing it a little bit more, but I don't like doing sim deck profile videos. I personally think they're like boring. And that's why on that deck profile video the other week of Mono Red Ace, I kind of made it like a semi-bait apology video. Oh, we're back. So I want to try in July, August, this like late summer, early fall, to be a lot more creative. So looking at the matchups here, or the meta, Teach has been bounced out of the tournament. It's blue-green Luffy, I believe. It's either blue-green Luffy or yellow Luffy, and I think it's blue-green. You've got a blue-yellow Nami one left, purple and L, and Crocodile. So I didn't realize we were back in the OP16 format. But yeah, top 4 is going on now. Oh, actually, okay. So it looks like blue-green Luffy being one of our matchups here inside the top 4, right? Coming in as one of the strongest decks within the meta, in my opinion, going up against Crocodile that we watched in the top 8 round. So this one is going to be really interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to go. There's a couple different scenarios that I can see this playing out. Blue-green Luffy does a really good job at swarming the board and applying early game pressure. Crocodile, especially with the Bond Clay into something like a Daz Bones, is really good at nullifying a lot of pressure, right? Being able to control the board. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, all it takes is one missed card. Miss All Sunday going to be pretty good, right? To be able to elongate the board. You've got a fair amount of searching in the beginning of this game with the Valentines that you have in the hand. We also got a 5-cost gem, which is nice. Golden Week, which you don't want to play on the field, but if you have to, you can. And a Nightmare Luffy. Definitely going to want to see some 4-cost Bond Clays and some boss monsters such as Sunday and Crocodile here in the coming turns. Blue-green Luffy does have a little bit of early game presence with that Daz Bones over there on the right side. Going to be going in later with stuff like 4-cost Crocodile to maybe reset the Daz Bones. Try to force the Crocodile to play his own Daz Bones to try to get rid of the blue-green Luffy's Daz Bones. Everybody's got Daz Bones. And then in later stages, right, of the coming turns, does have plays like Buggy and Brook to be able to utilize. Also as a let's go to the Navy headquarters. So it looks like Crocodile is going first in this matchup. I think you want to take second away from blue-green Luffy, especially with the even curve for you as well. But with the odd curve, you can play Sunday on 7, which can be valuable. But we'll see how this ends up going as the Crocodile starts out with a Valentine. Going to be looking within that top 4 4A card. Does find a Crocodile, but also finds some gems and a ground death. Is going to opt for the Crocodile. Probably don't want to use leader effects as of yet onto the Valentine, I was going to say, because maybe you want to use that 2,000 power body to be able to battle the board, but is prioritizing building up the trash right now, despite blue-green Luffy maybe going in and playing some 2-drops. So is going to go with that Daz Bones to draw 1 card, maybe try to find some pieces, is going to go with leader effect, and now going in with the search of a one-drop Luffy. One-drop Luffy going to be able to look at that top 3 for an Impel Down type character. Does have a couple options in a Mr. 3 Galdino, a 7-cost Boa, or a 2K Jinbei. Is going to go with the Boa. Boa, such a good card within this deck, right? Being able to stun a character not named Luffy, but also be unblockable can be nice if some gems or some Mr. 4 Babes come out in this Croc deck. But top decking the Bon Clay is going to go in now with a Valentine. Valentine going in with the search is going to find a Merry Christmas. Passes up on a couple different babes. Is really trying to find right now the Miss All Sunday for the future turns. You still got a fair bit of time, right? Especially because the Bon Clay can go ahead and be able to transform into something like a gem or a babe, but leader effect now KOing the Merry Christmas is going to go ahead and draw 1 card from the on KO effect to be able to cycle a little bit more in the hand. Now swinging 6 at lead is going to take the life and pass off the turn. Has a couple Nightmare Luffys in the hand. You really only need 1, I think. So now going into the Luffy's turn, now sitting at 4 Dawn, could go ahead. I think it's really interesting right now after the 5K swing. It's just going to go ahead now and play the 4-cost Crocodile right away to just reset Daz Bones, picking up a 2-cost or higher character and playing down the Mr. 2. Now with leader effect coming out onto the field to restand to Dawn, you'll be able to play that Mr. 1 you got right back into the hand if you wanted to. Maybe thinking about playing a different character instead. Maybe could go ahead with the Mr. 3 from the starter deck. But no, attaches 2 Dawn to the Luffy and now swings over at lead. There's 3 different names on the field plus 2 Dawn. It's going to be a 5,000 power swing. Going to ask for a card out of hand. Every name that is on the Luffy side of the field is going to give this 1-cost Luffy plus 1,000 power on the on your turn. So he's going to see if he's going to take an early life. He is going to put it in the hand. Not sure what it is. It looks like maybe a patchwork. We pass off the turn. Going on to now the 5 Dawn turn. Does have a Bon Clay to be able to utilize to be able to go ahead and draw one. And I like not playing the Daz Bones as of yet, especially with something like Daz Bones on the Crocodile side that could come out onto the field. You don't want to lose a body that you don't have to right now. So kind of utilizing your bodies as best as you can. Getting the Bon Clay on the field and using leader effect is going to go ahead minus the Crocodile and mill 2 cards. I think a Daz Bones just hit the trash, so could maybe go in with Daz Bones to rest the Crocodile and force a lot of cards out of this Luffy's hand if he wants to. Is maybe thinking about playing Gem from the hand as well to maybe try to find a Sunday, and is going to go for Gem, maybe trying to look for a specific piece, not go in as aggressive. The draw 2 and trash 1 does find a Sunday in the hand, so that's going to be really nice, especially going wide, right? You're going to want to go wide before you go in with your stuns, similar to what we saw in the last match against Boa, but now it's what you get rid of. So he's going to get rid of one of the Nightmare Luffy. Still has 1 in the hand. Don't need any more than that, more than likely for this matchup, especially because you're sitting at definitely over 10 cards in the trash. But going now 6,000 power at lead, does not go for the Luffy. Maybe wants to see how he reacts to it, right? And then ends up taking and going down to 2. Maybe trying to see if he'll like block in 1K to then use the Valentine to be able to swing then at the Luffy. But Luffy, the 1-cost, stays for another day. A lot of cards in hand for this Luffy. Starts out with the 6,000 power swing over at lead, is going to go ahead, take the life, especially with the Daz Bones in the trash. I like the Crocodile swing, right? Get aggressive with these bodies. And now Bon Clay coming in is going to go ahead, copy the leader swing, 6,000 power over at lead, right? Being able to copy the leader in terms of base power is going to be really nice to have, especially if a 7-cost Nightmare Luffy comes down onto the field. Is just going to 2k out of that attack. Perfect amount of counter, but now tapping all the Dawn, going in with a Buggy. Buggy is going to be able to draw one card and play a Prisoner of Impel Down. Prisoner of Impel Down, going to be really nice to have, right? Especially as an additional 6,000 blocker, and with 5 characters on the field of different names. Luffy going to be swinging 6,000 power lead, Crocodile taking it, triggering it, Disappointed, going in now looking at the top 3. Is going to find a different couple options, but goes with the Daz Bones as the card with counter. 3 more cards hitting the trash, and another 7,000 power swing, or 6,000 power swing, I'm sorry. Is going to go ahead, block 1k with that Daz Bones that we just revealed. Is going to go pass off the turn. Now Crocodile on the 7 Dawn turn. Could go ahead with that Miss All Sunday, like I mentioned, to be able to spread out the board a little bit. The 5,000 power swing going at the Bon Clay. Can go ahead, use the Buggy effect to make the Prisoner a blocker. Is going to do exactly that. And then just free block with the Prisoner. Is going to force more swings to come at this Bon Clay if you want to remove it off the field. So now the 2,000 power swing going at the Bon Clay. He might actually 2k out of this. And I wouldn't hate it. You kind of want to direct as much attention as possible onto this Bon Clay. And so you make the Crocodile either at this point, because it's just an easy 2k out of it. You either force them to use Daz Bones to swing at it, or you utilize your blocker in Gem. So definitely, I think, has 20 or more cards in the trash right now. Just taking a read over at these Daz Bones, just to make sure you understand effectively, right? Does have the ability to rest a 0-cost character on the on play, but as long as there's a 0-cost character on the field, you'll be able to swing at characters on the turn that the Daz Bones has been played. So it is something you really got to think about. I think still has leader effect to be able to restand to Dawn if he wants to. And is going to play over the, or no, allow the attack to take the KO. And the Crocodile just going in with the Luffy, so not going aggressive, would rather, because the Bon Clay was removed off the field, now go in with this boost of the Luffy. I think it was just, or no, did have 20 or more cards in trash right there. So Luffy going to be a 17 cost, 9,000 power character that can't be stunned by Boa, right? Especially because Boa does not stun any character named Luffy. Pretty traditional of all the other Boa cards that we have within the game. Now it's going to be a little bit harder to swing at this Crocodile. Very interesting to see both in the top 8 and the top 4 the importance of the OP16 Luffy. We do not know if there will be any OP17 reveals. Not yet. There hasn't been one yet. Is going to start out with the 7,000 power swing at lead. Is going to ask for a card in hand, getting that Valentine. Luffy still has plenty of Dawn to be able to work with on this 8 Dawn turn. Could go ahead, play the Boa down onto the field. Boa cannot stun the Luffy. So is going to go with the Gem. I think letting him take it back, or Judge maybe letting him know that Luffy is not even a presentable option to be able to stun. That would make a lot more sense. I think then going ahead and using leader effect to be able to restand too. Gem cannot be rested now at this point. Gem not being able to rest means that if he wants to get aggressive with these attacks to clear bodies off the board, it's not going to be able to get a block. So after clearing the Valentine, going in with the 7,000 power swing from the Prisoner, is going to go ahead 2k out of that attack. Yeah, there's not a lot of Luffys in format that like Boa has to worry about typically. Now goes another 7,000 with the Crocodile. Is going to go ahead, put the Luffy down to another Disappointed. A second Disappointed in the life. Is going to get another top 3 search has a tough option. Either finding a 2K or an 8-cost Croc, is going to go with the 2K, really valuing counter in hand right now for a deck that has 5 different names on the field that can threaten something like a Navy headquarters in a future turn. Passing off the turn now to the Crocodile is going 5,000 power at lead. Can just be an easy 1K out of it, especially with this Ivankov in the hand. Ivankov not necessarily going to help you right now. Only really has to worry about the Luffy swing. So is going to 1K with Daz Bones. So it looks like 24 cards. 25, 27 cards in the trash right now for our Crocodile player. Only 3 cards away from 30. Is going to go ahead with the 8 Dawn to play out. Crocodile is going to start stunning bodies in first the Boa, right? Especially with that unblockable trait. You want to be able to prevent that from swinging in the game. Now going in with the leader effect to KO the Crocodile, is going to mill 2 cards to get to 29. Has to pitch 1 card in hand. The Missile Sunday gets 30, making the Luffy a 10,000 power character. Is going to go ahead, I think, say that the Buggy cannot swing now on the on-play effect. Now the 10,000 power swing going in at lead, not at something like the Prisoner, is going to go ahead and take the life. Now Patchwork coming in. Patchwork going to be able to stun the Crocodile from being able to restand in the next refresh phase. Buggy does restand, just can't attack. Crocodile, the only character that should be left as rested. Now, if a Navy headquarters would be played on this turn, Crocodile would be able to restand and attack. But Buggy and the Boa still wouldn't be able to attack. I think, yeah, get the dice to be following right now. Yeah, these characters to make sure everybody understands the board state. A Navy headquarters wouldn't be able to get Boa or Buggy to attack, but would be able to get this Crocodile in with the swing. But how valuable is that when the Crocodile leader is a 7,000 power leader as of right now? Attaching some Dawn to Luffy would be able to swing 7,000 power with these two because of Luffy's effect of gaining 1,000 power oops for every name on the field. It is just going to be a 1K gem to get out of that attack. Still has 8 Dawn left to work with. Now just going in with another 7-cost bow. It is going to prevent the Crocodile now from being able to rest through the opponent's next turn. This is going to make it so going now lethal at the Luffy is a little bit harder, even if negating the Navy headquarters. Leader effect going to restand to Dawn. Maybe he's thinking about what to do with the 3. Can't go ahead and stun the Luffy. The Luffy is going to constantly be attacking you. But no Crocodile in the hand for our Crocodile player. Especially with a lot of cards in this Luffy's hand. I think it's going to be hard to be able to survive out of this one. It's not looking great for the Crocodile, but you do have 3 swings available to you. Could go ahead with maybe like a ground death on the Buggy to negate the ability to make any of the prisoners a blocker, leaving no blockers on the field. But if Luffy just leaves up a handful of Dawn, they've got a lot of counter in hand with multiple Navy headquarters, and I know you're strong. Gem is able to block now, but do you need him for an attack? But Luffy going to attach to Dawn, now swing 7, is going to ask for another card out of hand. We can get out of this attack with the Miss Merry Christmas, and now passing off into the turn, another Merry Christmas. Especially with this hand, as of right now, I feel like you need to go for lethal. So the ground death coming in from the Crocodile is going to go ahead. I would negate the Buggy, so then you can't make the prisoner a blocker. And now 7 Dawn between your 3 swings. You need 2 of them to connect. It's going to start out with a 9,000 power swing at lead. Looks like it's just going to be 9, 9, 10 from these characters. I think the Luffy very much able to get out of this. Multiple 2Ks in hand with the Galdinos and the treasure rares. Multiple events as well, and even some 1Ks. Is just going to go ahead, tap the 1 Dawn to go in for the I know you're strong. I know you're strong. Going to be able for plus 3,000 power and 2K. Goes in with another 9,000 power swing. Could just give up 2 treasure rares and the card, but goes ahead, takes the life just to force the all in. Goes in with the counter of 11,000 power to be able then, now utilizing leader effect, to KO the crocodile. Is going to minus 10 on the Mr. 3, I think, just to be able to stun the boa and draw another card, pass off the turn. No Dawn left open. Couple swings available to him. I think only one of the boas cannot swing. I think the buggy is able to swing, so we can remove that die. And so it's just going to be a bunch of 7s, just trying to ask for a ton of cards out of the hand. Is a 2K to get out of that one. Another 7,000 power swing from the prisoner. A 2K to get out of that one. Another 7 from the buggy. Go ahead, take the life. 9,000 power swing is going to connect. And unfortunately for our crocodile player, it's going to be the end. This is the shot, though, for Blue-Green Luffy to really have a breakout performance. The first final, I believe, in the Japan Championships in OP16 that is going to have the Blue-Green Luffy leader. Not sure what he's going to be paired up against heading into the finals. But especially if the... Actually, no, I think has a bad matchup into Purple Enel and Nami. Unless your name is Hervoye. Blue-Green Luffy kind of struggling against both Nami and Purple Enel. And I think he's got to face one of the two in the finals, because he faced Crocodile in the top 4 match. The Crocodile player did do great in the tournament. Was able to power through that boa in the top 8 match, despite multiple gameplay errors happening in that game. Yeah, it has to be either Nami or an L. But you never know. Blue-Green Luffy, with its aggression, can get out of it. We'll just have to wait and see. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz, and bag of chips. I think this is the season 1 could shoot though. Is this the season 1 finals they're talking about on August 16th? Oh no, this is an extra grand battle that's happening. Extra grand battle on the 16th. I want to know if they're going to stream this. Looks like applications open or actually they're already open. They're open until the 12th, I believe. And then I think notifications get sent out the 17th, if I'm reading that correctly. I'm really curious on the extra grand battles, chat. Chat, what were you guys rocking during the extra grand battles? If you don't mind me asking. And are you going to change potentially for OP16? You might change for OP17, but we don't know the leaders and what the decks look like, so I won't say that, but I was running Red-Green Luffy, and I had a ton of fun playing Red-Green Luffy. But I don't know. I don't think you can run anything in Teach. Like in terms of the extra regulation. Nami. I mean, I can't blame you. Nami with Red Rock? Broken. Now you have Mr. 3 as well. Super good. Ooh, is this I think this is an OP17 trailer, chat, dropping on the YouTube channel on the 11th. So it'll be in the West, it'll be the night of the 10th, which should be on Friday night out in the West, Saturday morning in like Europe and stuff like that. Probably. They don't have a timestamp on it, but that's what I assume. Ooh, you were playing Ace with Round Table. UP Luffy with Mihawk and Godthread, all good cards. I know I had a friend that won like 3 Yamatos with UP Luffy. Crazy. You're bringing UP Sanji or OP02 Sanji? So sick. I love that. Yo, drop it on your birthday's on the 11th? That's sick. Happy early birthday, by the way, Ryan. Yeah, Red Rock into Mr. 3 on 10 Dawn is actually disgusting. I think we're taking a break. Yeah, they're taking a break right now, so we're just going to go back to this. So no OP17 reveals as of yet, Chad, and because we're going into the finals, I would expect that there is no OP17 reveals yet. Because typically when they finish the finals, they go straight into the award ceremony. So, but they did talk about how there's a trailer coming on the 11th in Japan. So there's probably going to be reveals for that. You know what's kind of shocking, though? I was really expecting in a top 16 for maybe Yamato to make it. But Yamato's play rate has giga fallen off in Japan. I mean, I know its matchups are actually not that great and stuff like that, but like, I was really hoping that one would make it. Because I like Yamato. I think the deck is fun. I think it's cool. Nino Skeeto. Ooh. Dang, it's late. It's late for me, chat. Ooh, you played Sky Luffy in the extra grand battles. That's pretty cool. Especially with the leader effect of like protecting against everything. Like the UP Luffy's can't bottom deck your stuff. Nami can't red rock your stuff. Probably pretty solid. Play some old yellow cards like Beige. I know some people that played like Sky Luffy and they played like 3-cost Beige in their deck. And I wanted to beat them up. Yo, not yet. How are you? Welcome on in. You're just in time for the finals. Should be starting soon, chat. Should be starting soon. We're on this screen right now because Bandai asked me during breaks of the Japan Championships to not air the stream. So I'm just respecting their wishes. A Kobe won your extra grand battle? That's crazy. You got top 4 twice. I did not get top 4 twice. I got top 4 once, but I went 4-1 twice. I bubbled out 5th in one of them, unfortunately. Bro was a crazy good player. I mean, especially with those rogue decks, man, like if you got a rogue deck and you got a guy that's just absolutely cracked at the game, but just loves playing like the rogue funky decks, but they're like a phenomenal player, it's a dangerous deck, whatever they play. Oh, yeah. If you're playing Red Ace, that's a good point. You just slap Marco down on the field and they can't really do anything so long as you have the 8,000 power characters in hand. Roundtable was really cool. I really enjoyed playing Roundtable and Red Green Luffy in the extra grand battles. It won me some games for sure. Yamato is just like a super popular deck. I mean, I think it's also like a really good entry deck for a lot of players. So if you're like new to the game, I think Yamato is a fine deck to play. All right, chat. I think we got the finals. Whoa, Chad, there's like 90 of you on Twitch. That's pretty crazy. Thanks so much for joining me, by the way, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. 90 on Twitch is a pretty good number for me, as I am not partnered. All right, chat, the finals. Purple Enel is going to be playing Blue-Green Luffy. Purple Enel currently has won the last 2 Japan championships. It's currently in the finals trying to fight for their 3rd straight championship. And I think all 3 times so far, or I'm sorry, I take that back. I think all 3 times so far, Purple Enel has not been the most popular deck in the Top Cut meta, but has just always found a way to go through. It's going to be playing Blue-Green Luffy. Traditionally a good matchup for Purple Enel. Doesn't mean that it's impossible for Blue-Green Luffy to run away with this game, right? Both decks very aggressive, very fast. I don't think coin flip has been decided. Looks like they're doing the rock, paper, scissors. They're tying. They're tying. I think Blue-Green Luffy winning that and going first in the game. Obviously, Purple Enel wanting to go first in most all matchups. I'd imagine this one is no different. Is going to go ahead, keep the hand. That was a pretty solid keep for the Purple Enel. See a little bit of his hand there in the bottom corner. Is a pretty good hand. Couple 1-drops to be able to start out the game. Be able to draw into some other cards, especially going second. I like the Beatles shirt that this guy has on. It was Blue-Green Luffy. This is the finals, chat. This is the finals. Blue-Green Luffy versus Purple Enel. See if Blue-Green Luffy can dethrone Purple Enel from its reign in OP16 at these Japan championships. I think it was decently close, Bonzit. It's just Crocodile just really can't deal with aggression very well. And so Blue-Green Luffy, after the mulligan, doesn't have that bad of a starting hand. Doesn't have a 1-drop Luffy to be able to search with on turn 1, but does have Bon Clay to be able to do a fair bit of drawing cards, playing out bodies. 4-cost Crocodile to be able to reset some bodies, and some stunning effects like Mr. 3, right? To be able to maybe prevent the secret rare Enels from swinging, and so on and so forth. The Enel, pretty good hand to start out this game, right? You got Ohm, Shura, right, as 1-drops to be able to play in the early game, to be able to draw cards and maybe swing at some of Blue-Green Luffy's small bodies on the field. You got a little bit of counter. What are the few 2Ks you probably have in the deck in that Sanji? And you got a 6-cost Beat Stick in the secret rare Enel. We'll see how this goes as we move into the championship finals of the Osaka Championships. Just passing off the turn on 1, now going into 2 is going to be a good start, especially after drawing the L4 off the top of the deck. Is going to go ahead and play the 2 bodies of Satori and Ohm, being able to populate with a couple different bodies on field. Blue-Green Luffy's now going to have to try to deal with that aggression. Starting out with a Mr. 2, Bon Clay is going to go ahead, draw a card. Now using leader effect to be able to restand to Dawn. Is maybe going to go ahead, attach some Dawn and swing at lead. Just 6 to start out this game. Maybe getting the Jinbei out onto the field. Jinbei, a 2K on the field, but with the Dawn ×1 gaining 2,000 power, makes it very easy to be able to swing at lead, especially with cards like L4 inside the Enel's deck, right? You're going to want to play multiple bodies every single turn in this deck. And then the Enel starting out with the Shura, I believe, to draw 1 card. Does have at least 1 L-Thor and some Mamaragons to be able to deal with this board. especially a small board over on the purple Anel side. It's going to be pretty easy with a little bit of minusing to be able to get rid of these bodies, but using leader effect to be able to attach forward onto Satori is going to get that restacking with Satori, looking at the top two to be able to decide if they want it on the top or the bottom. Looks like is going to put it on the top. I think was the 0 cost event and also the pudding in that order. It's going to go ahead, take that first swing. Now going ahead with a 6,000 power swing at lead. It's just going to go ahead with a couple different 6s. Does have some 2Ks in hand with the Prisoner and the Galdino, but you want to save the Prisoner maybe for the buggy on your 5 Dawn turn this upcoming turn to be able to populate the field a little bit as another Shura comes down. Shura just being able to cycle through the hand. Has a lot of counter now between Mama Ragons, the Kittens, and El Thor. We move into Blue-Green Luffy's turn. First using Bon Clay to be able to swing 6,000 power is going to go ahead and take the life. Is this just going to be a race? At this point, using Crocodile to be able to reset the Bon Clay is going to be able to draw 1 card. Now going ahead with leader effect to restand 2. Does have another Daz Bones to play, so now just with another 5,000 power swing is going to go in, try to get this Anel to give up some cards. Does have Mama Ragons in hand to be able to get out of 5,000 power swings, but uses Frankie instead. Interesting right there. Maybe trying to utilize the Mama Ragons to be able to rest characters proactively and control Luffy's side of the field. Anel is going to go ahead, tap all 6 for the secret rare Anel. Look inside that top 5, grab any card you want. You don't have to reveal it. Put it in your hand. Is maybe eyeing up the Reiju. Reiju being a 7,000 power body, if you got 4 events in the trash, may actually just be a really solid blocker if you're not able to chain these secret rare Anels, right? Maybe the next best body that you can put onto the field is something like Reiju. We do have another secret rare Anel in hand, so not going to be playing it at this time, but is maybe thinking about getting rid of the only 2K that you have in hand, or I guess I should say natural 2K in the Sanji, but gets rid of a Kitten instead. Is going to go now with Lightning Beast Kitten to be able to draw 1 card and minus 1,000 power. Is going to go ahead on that Crocodile to chain with the Mama Ragon and rest that blocker. Now you're going to be able to either swing in at lead or at some of these bodies much easier right now, especially if you maybe commit this other Mama Ragon and swing in at something like the Bon Clay. You'd be able to swing in pretty freely at that 1,000 power character because the boost of power only coming on that attack on the green-blue Luffy's turn. If you use Mama Ragon, though, you would immediately need to go in with leader effect, I think. Especially because you wouldn't have any Dawn to be able to maybe KO another body on El Thor. But it is going to go with the double Mama Ragon. We'll see which option he chooses to rest after drawing a card. And with another El Thor off the top, it's going to go ahead and rest the Daz Bones. Now going 2,000 power at the Daz Bones is going to reorder that stack. Is going to immediately put it into the bottom, not even thinking about either of those options. The Daz Bones goes away. And now leader effect coming in, going to restand 1 Dawn and attach 4 onto the Ohm. 6,000 power now coming in at lead, I believe, and minusing 1,000 power on the, or actually was swinging at the Croc, I'm sorry, and minusing the power. So 6,000 power going to the 4 of the Crocodile. Does have the opportunity to leave both of these blue-green Luffy bodies on the field. And Anel is going to be looking in such a good position in this game. One of the reasons why this matchup is favored for Anel. Yo, I'm glad they're able to catch it live. Happy home. And I'm glad you guys enjoy the content. I'm glad I can also keep it family friendly. So then anybody can enjoy. Thinking about attaching the 1 Dawn onto the Anel leader Gotta think, especially with the L-Thors, of the power distribution that you can utilize. Maybe trying to get in an extra swing. Starts out with 5,000 power, seeing that if they give up a card. Is going to be the Brook out of the hand. Nice little 1K. Now a Pudding comes in. So Pudding going to be able to look at the top 4, find an event, found plenty of them between Vari and Gamma Knife. Is going to go with a Vari to be able to add into the hand, especially with a green deck. Maybe you want to have Vari in your hand to be able to boost up your Enel and prevent it from being frozen by stuff like Electrical Luna or I Know You're Strong. Did not utilize the L-Thor. Did not try to overcommit them. Now swinging at the Ohm is going to go ahead, take that knockout to start out blue-green Luffy's turn. 7-cost Boa looking to be coming in. And there it is. 7-cost Boa going in is going to say that the Enel cannot be rested until the end of the turn. Using leader effect to restand 2 Dawn. Now using Jinbei's effect for plus 2,000 power. Swinging 5,000 is going to 1K rage you out of that attack. Now Bon Clay copying the base power of the opposing leader to be able to be the same as Bon Clay. The 1 Dawn being 6. It's just going to be a 2K or an event to get out of that attack. Is thinking about using that Vari that we just revealed. So now passing off the turn is going to go into his next turn. Curious to see if he does have Gamma Knife in the hand. So you could go Gamma Knife into L-Thor to be able to almost get rid of the Boa. But with the 2,000 power swing going at the Bon Clay, claiming that knockout. Oops, accidentally pushed the Daz Bones button. Is just going to go with the Secret Rare Enel. The Secret Rare Enel is just going to be consistency is king. Looking at that top 5, going to be grabbing any card that he wants. Maybe thinking about either Ohm or the Lightning Beast Kitten. Both will be able to minus 1,000 power. This is live, yes. Kazim. Hopefully I said that right. I'm not going to Virginia Random Ant, unfortunately. Is going to go ahead, get rid of the blocker Enel in favor of the Ohm in the hand now on that search. The 5,000 power swing going at the Jinbei. Remember that Jinbei's effect of the plus 2,000 power is both on Luffy's turn and Enel's turn so long as 1 Dawn is attached. So it is a 5,000 power attack into a 4,000 power character. And is going to let that go. Leader effect now coming in for the Enel is going to give the Dawn over to the Sheriff for a 6,000 power swing. Is going to 2K with the prisoner out of it. Now playing the Ohm out on the field. Just replacing bodies with active ones. Just constantly having the pressure up. And especially with the Ohm established, a Gamma Knife and Ohm will be able to get the Boa in range of an L4. But first, not before a Mr. 3 Galdino is going to be able to stun one of these bodies on the field. With that activate main is going to be one of those secret rare Enels. See if he's got another one to be able to utilize, but first, not before the leader effect. Leader effect restanding 2 Dawn, now tapping 2 Dawn, is going to go ahead with a Mr. 2. That's definitely not true, gent. But how would you guys even know? Leave it up to the imagination. Now coming in with the Ivankov. Ivankov is going to be able to look at that top 3, maybe populate a body on the board. We see Daz Bones, we see Luffy. Is going to opt for the Luffy. May just play that down onto the field simply so you can search yet again, but instead goes for Daz Bones as the body of choice. And with the 5,000 power lead, I like playing the Daz Bones because now, having already used your leader effect, you have 1 Dawn left over in this scenario. You can go ahead, play that 1-cost Luffy down that you just searched for. Still have the Boa to be able to swing with as well. This game's not over by any means. But I think Enel definitely has had advantage up to this point. is going to go ahead 2K out of that attack, especially on a 5K swing. Like seeing the raw counter, I think. Maybe kind of indicating that they don't have any 1Ks, but holding the Reiju in hand. Interesting. The 9,000 power swing from the boa, more than likely just going to go ahead and slam into the life area. But first, going to be playing that one-drop Luffy. One-drop Luffy going to be going ahead, looking at that top three. Does have a tough choice between the Navy headquarters, Mr. 3 Galdino. We do already have a Mr. 3 in hand, but we could add a second one to be able to double stun these secret rare Nels in the next turn. And that's going to be one of the things that can carry Luffy back into this game. Going to go ahead, take the life, go down to 2, passing off the turn. Top decking another secret rare Nel. It's going to be curious to see if this Nel player either plays the secret rare Nel or this Reiju that they held on to in the last turn. I wonder what the better option is right now. Would you rather just play another secret rare Nel, or would you rather go like Reiju? Because if you Reiju, then you can cleanly Gamma Knife El Thor the boa away. Right, while establishing a blocker that's pretty solid. But the Enel is just huge on consistency. Starts out with the Satori swing, just going to be able to look at that top through. Top 2 does find both Gamma Knife and El Thor, I believe it was. Already has both of those cards in hand. Multiple copies of the El Thor. Especially with the Ohm, you have the ability to get Boa in range. I think is eyeing up the secret rare Nel. I don't know if I don't think I hate the... I mean, Reiju is really nice to be able to clear, but the Enels eventually can just clear as well. But I don't know. I mean, 10,000 on the 9,000 power character seems sketchy. Goes with that secret rare Nel. Goes ahead, looks at that top. There's the El Thor and the Gamma Knife that we left on the top. Now we're grabbing the kitten. Or I'm sorry, not the kitten. The El Thor. Do have to pitch one card in the hand. I was thinking about one of the Gamma Knives. Or the Gamma Knife. And that's interesting because I think that kind of gets rid of your possibility of removing Boa a lot easier. It just keeps things tidy, Log. I wouldn't think about it too much. It's just try to minimal space. It's very common among Asian players. This is best of 1. Now going with the Lightning Beast Kitten is going to go a much more passive route, right? Having the opportunity of multiple... May just try to minus this Boa a little bit with the kittens and the Ohm, and then use leader effect onto the secret rare Nel that can be rested that we played last turn, to then just blast this Boa without having to utilize El Thor, and maybe he can utilize El Thor for some of these smaller bodies. Now goes in with the El Thor, is going to go ahead, delete the Mr. 2. Plus 1,000 power, the Enel that can swing. Remember, we played one Enel during this turn. We play, or another one of the Enels is stunned by the Boa, so cannot be rested. But now leader effect coming in is going to attach to the pudding instead. The Enel now swinging 12,000 power over at the 8,000 power Boa. It's going to have to get multiple cards out of hand right now. But if you're able to counter out of this, if you give 2K, 2K, 1K, I mean, we only... if you give 2K, 2K, 1K, you're able to keep the Boa alive. But how necessary is the Boa when you don't have any blockers? right? Is Mr. 3 just more valuable to have because of being able to stun these Enels to catch you back up in this game? And I think that's kind of the decision what he's going with. Countering out of that swing, I'm starting to lose my voice. Good thing this is the finals. Now just going another Elthor is just going to delete the board right now. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, all gone. And the 6,000 power swing going in at lead is going to force another 2K out of the hand. Only Inazuma and Luffy survive on this turn as we move into Luffy's 10 Dawn turn now. Is just going to go in with Mr. 4 chaining as of right now. Is going to go ahead, utilize that activate main if I can find the correct button that I'm supposed to use to be able to stun the Enels. Leader effect now restanding 2 Dawn for the Luffy. Is going to go ahead with a 1-drop Luffy. The 1-drop Luffy grabbing the buggy. I don't think you would want to go with the buggy prisoner. You do have access to another Mr. 3 to be able to stun a second Enel, but maybe you want to spread out the Mr. 3s. No, they haven't revealed any new cards yet. They're going to have a trailer that drops on the 11th in Japan, July 11th. So I assume that's when they're going to reveal cards. They didn't reveal anything today. I think I don't hate this idea of like spreading out the Mr. 3s. Yeah, especially with not being able to develop, because now, especially with the buggy, you're able to play out the Prisoner of Impel Down onto the field with Buggy's on play effect, and now you've got 5 bodies on the board. They're not of different names in total, but it allows you now swing 7, pass off the turn, forces more Elthors and Mamaragons out of the Enel's hand, which is less counter that they have to be able to starve off different attacks that you have. This is a fascinating game right now, actually. The Enel with a couple cards in hand, including Lightning Dragon, Elthor, Mamaragon. Does also have a secret rare Enel to be able to play if he wants to, but is thinking about attaching 2 Dawn. Maybe going in and swing 7 with lead? He has seen all 4 copies of secret rare Enel. Would get the quad squad out onto the field. I'm going to trademark that phrase, by the way, chat. Quad squad. Tell me that's good. Lucy ended up winning the Peoria Regional, but hasn't done much outside of that. So not awful. Very jungle meta-esque, I think. But I hope you're having a good day. ADJ is thinking about swinging the Ohm first over at the Prisoner, especially with Mamaragon. You'll be able to rest that easy. Playing the putting down onto the field, looking at that top 4. Does find Lightning Dragon, but got to be running out of events in this deck. We have found so many events as of right now. Could go 4 Dawn for the Reiju, play over one of the pudding that you just did. Reiju coming down onto the field. Going to be a very nice 7K blocker. And Mamaragon going in and resting. Looks like it is going to be resting. More than likely the Prisoner. We could also see a Lightning Dragon stun the Prisoner to be able to not allow it to restand every single turn to become a blocker. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Buggy can make it a blocker all they want, but if it's put in the rested phase and stuck there, the blocker does no good. So now just going in with another Lightning Dragon. I think this time just cycling. Just trying to draw some cards, gain some sort of counter, or maybe a card that they can utilize. Still has leader effect to be able to use. Kind of feels like the Enel is running low on steam right now. As my cat for the 4th time goes in a place where they're not supposed to. I need to clean this desk. Sorry, Morticia. I know you want to be there. But the fireworks are over. Is going to go ahead, use leader effect now. Attach 4 Rested Dawn onto the pudding. Swing 6 at the prisoner now. So is just going to clear that prisoner. Maybe is a little worried about... are you worried about a Navy headquarters moment? Like playing a 2 cost using leader effect, then tapping 7? After swinging with bodies? I don't know if you're worried about that right now. Yeah, that poor prisoner took minusing, took freezing, then took a punch to the dome. Tough day for a prisoner. Attaching what looks like Bolt Dawn, swinging 7,000 power at lead. This is the finals, yeah. All credit to my girlfriend for naming the cat. That's one of 2 of our cats. Our other cat is named Agatha. With the 7,000 power swing, looks like going to be taking it. Is going to put it in the hand. It's going to be a prisoner of Impel down. Now the swing's coming in from the 10,000 power Nels. Is just going to take it, go down to 0. Can't lose. But now going into their turn, see how they decide to do it. With the Brook in their hand, there is a possibility to be able to win the game, especially off the back of Buggy. Brook being able to rest any of the characters on the field or cards in general is going to be able to rest that Reiju regardless of cost or power. Now attaching 1 is thinking about swinging 5 with the Ivankov, is just going to get a card out of hand in the Satori. Now with 5 names on the field, 4 names is going to be another 5,000 power swing, another 5,000 power swing. It's just going to bleed out the hand right now. Another 5,000 power swing coming in at lead. And L4 would get out, or wait. Yeah. It's 5,000 power each, yeah. I think he's going to be able to win this game. Because he has to counter out of this one or take the life, and then Buggy can go ahead swing twice. So he is going to go with the 7,000 power swing at lead. Take it. Utilize the Brook effect to restand the Buggy. Then use leader effect to be able to restand 2 Dawn. Attach the 2 Dawn. 9,000 power swing going in at lead. Mamaraga going there. But Luffy is going to dethrone Enel through so much control at the beginning of the game. Was able to persevere, power through a bad matchup in Purple Enel with such good play and be able to be your Osaka champion. Enel winning the last 2 Japan championships, especially in OP16, is dethroned. I told you guys in my tier list that Blue-Green Luffy was a top deck in the format, and some of you told me that I was crazy. But don't worry, I don't take it personal. I don't take it personal. Blue-Green Luffy coming out with that win. Very good. That was excellent. I kind of want to watch that game back, especially when I was editing, especially when I'm editing. I'm going to watch that game back because I actually think there's a lot of things that you can take out of that game. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that happened was that Enel put so much resources into clearing the board. And especially when you put that many resources, because Enel is never a net positive kind of deck, chat, for anyone who does not know. It is a net neutral kind of deck. So eventually they're going to run out of resources to be able to utilize. Luffy is much more of like a net neutral or a net positive deck, being able to draw cards crazy well. So if Luffy can just continuously draw cards and continuously populate the board, eventually you get into a situation like that where Enel runs out of resources and Luffy can just go all in. Well, I think kind of the big thing too, Vantis, is that Luffy didn't really give him a lot of opportunities to be able to Lightning Dragon, right? There wasn't actually a lot of times where like the board would have been a good idea to stun. There were definitely some good scenarios, especially like with the prisoner, you know, it's a good scenario to stun. But wow, such a good game. Also, this Enel player is very short. Very small. But he got second, which is super impressive, right? At a championship of this caliber. I think it was 930 people in total. And Chad, I will be posting deck lists in our Discord server if you want to join the Discord server if you're not in there already. If you're on YouTube, you can go to the link at the bottom of the description, or on Twitch, you can do !Discord. They will post the deck lists online of at least these two players. And so I'll post those. And then typically, because I follow so many Japanese players, I will usually find the deck lists of other players that made the top 16 cut. And I'll post those in there too. I'll also go ahead and post deck lists that I find on Eggman Events' website as well. So, yeah. Goofy has to play into the late game, but they constantly have to repopulate. And that's kind of what we saw the Goofy player do. We saw him constantly repopulate the board. Like when Enel removed 3 bodies, he played 3 more on his turn. You know, he made a lot of moves that played as many bodies as possible, right? It was a pretty good game. Pretty solid game all around. Pretty good championship. It was a little rocky with the gameplay errors that happened in the top 8, but that didn't matter. That didn't matter because the Crocodile won anyways, spoiler alert. Which felt good as a guy that has Crocodile fully ulted out. But chat, actually, we'll hang out here a little bit. We'll hang out here a little bit just in case they reveal anything or something. I don't think they will. If you missed it earlier, chat, there were no OP17 reveals or anything of the sort. They just only talked about future events that they're having, like extra grand battles. They have a special like 7 Warlords starter deck tournament kind of collab thing. But they talked about how in OP17, they're going to be showing a trailer or dropping an OP17 video on July 11th in Japan. So it's either going to be the night of July 10th out here for the West, or it'll be like the very early morning out here in the West on the 11th. So he's either running 2 or 3 Brooks. If I had to imagine, he's probably running 2. I think 3 is a little hard to fit, but Brook, I mean, as you guys are talking about in chat, Brook is such a good closer card in situations exactly like that. So pretty wild. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it's what I was saying earlier, Chad. I think a good Goofy player is a dangerous player. A dangerous player. And I think we saw it right there. Whew. That was cool. That was fun. Also, Asahi, Desastor, Lord Herrera, and Helix, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I think they're about to end the stream. Oh, these are championships coming up, chat. I will be live next weekend for this championship. I will be live for this. The first one, the first row, I will be live for that championship next weekend. So same time next weekend, we'll be live for another championship. The 18th, though, I will not be live for. I will be celebrating my girlfriend's birthday out of state because she deserves it. But I will get you the videos as soon as possible on those commentaries, as always. Yo, Sinbad, what's good? You missed actually a very thrilling final. Semi-infuriating top 8 match. A decent top 4. But a really good final. Top 16 was fun too. And that's it, chat. No OP17 stuff. None of that. None of that. None of that. Blue Green Luffy gonna die next set because of that many weenie hate they bring out in starters. There will be more OP17. Maybe. I think it's hard to tell right now, Patreon, because you know they can have as much hate as they want, but Blue Green Luffy, what it really excels at is like we saw in that game, is constantly being able to populate the board, right? That was a clinic that he just did against that purple Enel, to be able to constantly like replay bodies on the board, be able to constantly be able to you know, battle out the purple Enel player constantly removing things. And so if the cards in the next set also constantly remove things, well, Blue Green Luffy just has to do the same thing as it has been doing, right? In theory. That's all in theory, just a guess. We still don't know the OP17 list. So it's hard to tell. There's a chance that you're right that Blue Green Luffy is really going to take a hit in OP17, but I think as long as it keeps having these like draw effects and these like just bonkers effects, I don't know, man. It's going to be hard to beat. Chad, that's it. That is the end of the tournament. Congratulations to the Blue Green Luffy player on winning the championship. Shout out to the NL player too. They played phenomenal. And shout out to the Crocodile player that did really well. You're my GOAT. But chat, that's going to be all for me. It's like 3:30 a.m. for me. I need to go to bed because I need to edit these videos. And I also have a really funny idea for a video that I want to do tomorrow sometime. So chat, I appreciate you all watching. Thank you so much for joining into the stream. I will see you guys later. Videos coming out on the channel. If you missed any of the matches, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, the VODs will be public. But as always on YouTube, I will post the individual matches as I usually do, and including any cards that, you know, didn't get overlaid on screen because I don't have buttons to be every single card. Have a good night, chat, or have a good day, or have a good evening, or whatever, wherever it is you are in the world. I appreciate you. You guys were awesome as always, especially on Twitch. You guys on Twitch today rocked. So shout outs to you for everybody that joined and hung out, because pretty good numbers on Twitch. If I could keep doing that, maybe we'll hit partner sometime. But, oh no, did my camera stop? Anyways, everything's breaking, so I'm going to go to bed. Bye.